What's up, motherfuckers? I mean, hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Just reading an article about piece of shit William Barr over here to my left. Those things were jamming out. Tired. Hands are a mess. I'm a mess. You know, insert standard complaints here. Yeah. What else was I looking at that was pissing me off? Oh, it was the Croatian border thing. Ace into place. What's up, motherfuckers? Yeah, Joe really wanted to have a chat with you. I don't know what that was about, Ace, but Joe was really looking to have a chat with you. I don't know. But forward that. There you go. So we'll wait and see what the tonality of tonight's show is going to be. I knew within the first says the most infamous one of all time, Mead. I knew within the first 10 minutes of last night's show that it was going to shape up the way it did. I just knew it. Like I think I'm starting to develop a feel for it, that some sort of sixth sense, some sort of streamer sense, that I can sort of feel the trajectory of the show. I'd rather be a lurky taco than a leaky taco. Hey there, Street Team Taco. Yeah, I really think I am. Like, I'm getting some weird, like, within the first frame of a show, like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that, I get this, like, feeling of the trajectory of the show and what it's going to be like. And I was spot on last night. It was weird. It got weird. Meat, I've had a think on it. I'm willing to unban Dude Man, Sam. I'm willing to unban, and I'll do that now. But we're gonna keep, like, double secret, super secret probationary sort of thing. That's how that's gonna work. Oh, I didn't mean to do it that way. Jesus Christ. I thought that was my search. There we go. Unbanned. And did he have a secondary account? I don't know if he had a secondary account. I'm just looking. There we go. No. I know you didn't. I'm not putting this one on you. This one's on me. Oh, it's still on slow mode too. There's no need for slow mode at this point in time. There we go. Should I affix I'll let him know though. Should I fix a warning? I don't know what kind of warning we could deliver to Sam to make a fucking difference. He seems, I hate to besmirch Zealot's good name, but he seems to be a bit of a zealot for, Huxism of all things. Albanian anti-revisionist Stalinism. It's one of the weirdest things to advocate for. Tell him to cut, I don't know, how do you want to phrase it? Tell him to, dial back the zealotry by 50%. Something along those lines. He's just somewhat idiosyncratic. Hey, Anarchy and Freedom. What's up, man? It is different. I will give you that, Mitre. It is different. Of all the shit we deal with on this channel, it is at least a unique one. But he needs to dial it back, like the intensity. He needs to take the intensity back by like 50% easy. And then, I think it'd be fine. I think there's an interesting conversation to be had there, but he's not willing to engage in a conversation. And that's the problem, is he just wants to yell at people about Huxism and shit. And like, you're a communist and you just don't know it. No, I'm not. I have enough of a political education to know I'm not a fucking, I'm not a fucking Stalinist, like secret Stalinist. The guy's, he needs to be willing to engage. He needs to take the zealotry down by 50%. And then we'll have the conversation. Hey, Lynx. So convey that. It's kind of how I started the show, actually, Lynx. I was like, what's up, motherfuckers? I mean, hi there, travelers. So yeah, just send him a whisper. Let him know he's been unbanned. Yeah, exactly. Kai, the secret anarcho-fascist. Tell him to take it down by 50% and actually engage in a conversation and not just yell at people continuously about his particular weird ass fetishization of Stalin. And he's welcome back. Cool. All right. Well, we'll see if he shows up tonight or not. It would be great if he didn't. I could use a break. But if he does, we shall see. Good deal. Oh, it was a weird one last night. It really was. Between Sam and the conspiracy heads, and then just the general right-wing chuds, shit got weird last night. Yeah, start by not yelling. Usually a good plus. I mean, this is a dude who needs to come on the air so I can have a conversation about dialectical exercises and rhetorical devices. He needs to read Saul Alinsky. He needs to read, it just needs to understand how to have a conversation with people and not do what he does, which is essentially just beat people in the head with a fucking brick over and over. Exactly. Ace K. Hey, thank you for the follow, Angle. Just sort of getting warmed up. We're just having a little mod talk and doing housekeeping from yesterday's show. Welcome. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask them. It's a very open forum. Oh, cool. Shout out then. Throw a shout out in chat. Speaking of zealotry, there we go. Oh, it's the atomization show. All right, that's Alec. Hey, no worries. Thanks for stopping by. Like I said, just warming up, just doing housekeeping from yesterday at this point with a couple of the mods. What is the color? Grass. TJ's purple. I would have, how's life? Life sucks. I mean, physical disability, pain disability, progressive neurological disorders suck. There's no way around that. But, beyond that. All right, so let me go back and read that message, though, from Mitray. Was that last one? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that works. You said ask, I'm asking. That would have been, dude, that would have been amazing last night if I had that stuff going on. But no, instead I had the Bilderbergers are going to microchip you with the Bill Gates virus chip and stuff. God, it got weird there for a little bit. Oh, Lord. All right. So yeah, one of the articles that was pissing me off earlier today, how would anarchy work anyway? Thank you, Lynx. I always tell people where you can get them. Libby, Libby, Restaurant Supply here in the States. They, solid. Man, I'm just booting up Uncool Phil. How would anarchy work? It works in a lot of the ways that you're already familiar with. Direct democracy, democratization, community organization, delegation, federation. All of these things work within the anarchistic framework. It's just a matter of the collapsing of hierarchical power structures and the philosophical challenging of those power and authority mechanisms in a society. It's not the elimination necessarily of. What it does mean, literally from the Greek and without archos rulers. So it eliminates that top tier, the capital class, the professional politicians, stuff like that. But you're probably familiar with a whole host of organizational structures that operate under sort of an anarchistic principle. Cooperatives, worker-owned and organized cooperatives, definitely operate under an anarchistic principle as well. I had an argument with somebody yesterday who said fascists are anti-statist, anti-capitalist, and anti-racist. Well, that had to be a fun conversation, ANF. That definitely had to be a fun conversation. I'm sure you weren't banging your head into your desk or your keyboard or the wall that you were standing next to after 3 seconds of that. I'm surprised you survived it. Good on you. I've had them too. But I mean, those sorts of like insane takes on things. You're just like, you're looking around going, what? How? Did you cover the Michigan panel that refused to certify the Detroit results? No, I'm 10 minutes in. I have covered nothing yet, Alec. We'll see if I even get to headlines. I use headlines when there's a lull in the show. But generally speaking around these parts, because I welcome chuds, fascists, authoritarians, and all sorts of leftists, including people like Sam who are Huxayists. So generally it's about 30 minutes and then shit just kicks off in here. So, no, I didn't cover what was hilarious was the guy, I don't know his name. I could look him up, whose hot take, made the rounds on Twitter that just, he eviscerated those two people, that, history will remember you as racists and your children will remember you as the racists who undermined democracy. I mean, it was fucking nuclear grade burns. That guy was massively epic. But yeah, let's see. The Groypers are kind of ostensibly anti-state and anti-capitalist. How are Groypers still a thing? How are we still talking about those people? It's like the fucking... Have the Boogaloo Boys gone away yet? Speaking of groups that should be gone by now that we're still unfortunately having to talk about, what the fuck? Zealot, did you ever get a rise out of them earlier today? Did you ever actually get a reaction? E-Trey's doing graphic design. I didn't know you did that. Counted down to the first popcorn episode. Just ace. I punched a glass after he said Francoist Spain was a stateless society. Where did you encounter this person, ANF? What was the origin point of this conversation? Was it on Twitch? Or, did you actually have to talk to this person in real life? Because if you did, good on you. Francoist Spain was a stateless society. Hey, cool boy. Unfortunately not. He went offline shortly after opening my Soviet anthem link, which, solid troll. I do it reluctantly because no one else will, and they refuse to learn InDesign. It's because InDesign is a shitty piece of software. There, I said it. It's a terrible piece of software. It was someone named Agaham. I have seen Agaham. I'm pretty sure I have seen this person in my chat before. I'm pretty sure we've encountered each other. Who's a supposed ANCAP. I know, but the department gets the Adobe package. Of course they do. Who's got time for decent software, right? When you can just buy the Adobe Master Collection. Hey, thank you for the follow, Uzo. Yeah, Uzo. Dude, that Agaham name just rings correct. Because they're authoritative and they're antithetical to democratic process and individual sovereignty. There you go. InDesign's awesome. If you could justify paying a Canadian, I'd do it for you. InDesign is... Links. I just lost some respect for you. It's a fucking terrible piece of software. It is such a poor. Dude, what is with Adobe's GUIs and Adobe's keyboard commands never being consistent? What is their deal? I just, to this day, I don't understand what Adobe's deal is. I'm so glad I got rid of them. Valid. Yeah, it just, you know, I still use Premiere and After Effects, from time to time. Like the channel intro is done in After Effects, and if I have to do any editing, I'll do it in Premiere. But all of my graphic work is done in Serif software. So Affinity, Serif Affinity, Serif Designer, and Serif. I forget what their InDesign one is called because I use it so infrequently. Publisher. There we go. So yeah, you can actually own the software. You don't have to pay a fucking subscription fee. And as far as Affinity goes, there's a few top tier graphic designer features that aren't like one for one from Photoshop over to Affinity. But I got to tell you, for all the features that I could ever need, they're there. Workflow is a bit different because their user interface isn't completely fucking upside down and right from left and inverted and shit the way Adobe's is. You do CS 5.5 and 6. If you want to try any of the Affinity software links, let me know. I can take care of that for you. Because they have, like, Designer does the Illustrator replacement and Photo does the Photoshop replacement. And I've been using them for a couple of years now. And there's a one-to-one version for like iPad, Android tablet sort of stuff. You can get a tablet version that is transferable. Like you can work on your tablet and you can just send the file over to your PC. So yeah, I've been an advocate for them as a replacement to get rid of Adobe software for a while, and it's a smaller company and it's not a subscription. So. All right, so there's conversation here that I've been ignoring. I'd rather I wanted to talk about tech rather than that for a minute. Just, the IT geek in me was having a moment. All right, let me try and boot up that portion of my brain. All right, what do we got? No. Yeah, you don't understand anarchy then. If that's your question, Ghost, do I not understand anarchy? Is it not lack of government, including democracy? No. Democracy isn't really a traditional form of government. It's a tool. It's a way of operating your system of governance. It's not the governance itself. You can have democratic regimes, you can have democratic republics, you can have constitutionally enacted democracies, but fundamentally a democracy is a way of operating. It's a modality. And so you can use things like direct democracy within anarchism, and they're one-to-one compatible. Oh, yeah, freedom. I don't care whether people have been timed out or blocked on other people's channels. I really don't. Because of this form of praxis that I take on this channel, there's a high probability that I will be having conversations with people who have been timed out and banned on all sorts of channels. And some of them I actually had productive conversations with. I Am Homelander, Tuna Connoisseur spring to mind immediately. They've been banned on other channels because of their wacky fucking beliefs. And, we have productive conversations here. So I don't judge people based on their crimes in other channels. It's how they represent themselves here and how they interact with my community and myself that gets them that. I loathe Adobe. Exactly, Ace. Dude, I got nothing but hate for Adobe these days. Let's see. Okay, so that's a valid criticism, but that's not a criticism of democracy, Ghost. That's a criticism of our bullshit implementation of it. Too much money wasted on elections. It could be spent on food for the poor. That's a valid criticism. It's just, it's a criticism based on how we operate our system, not necessarily of the ideological or philosophical principles underpinning a democratic system. I would, have less of a hierarchical democratic system, more of a direct democracy. I would love to see something consensus decision-making based, implemented at sort of the local sovereign level. But that's an end state. That's for future discussions, not necessarily the tomorrow discussion. And as we all know, Kai is an incrementalist. Kai is a pragmatist and a realist and wants to move the needle tomorrow, and understands functionally how that works. Okay, so links. There's my infamous Post-it notes. Oh, I will make that happen for you, links. If I can get another person, I'm many things, links. I'm not one thing. I'm an idealist. I'm a pragmatist. I'm a realist. Not so much a materialist, though I do have, some materialistic leanings. I'm an anarchist. I'm many things. But I see ideologies and philosophies as tools in a tool belt, and there's times and places to apply them. And the people who, stick to a single ideological area are the ones who never seem to accomplish anything. And I learned as a technologist that, if you're trying to use a particular form of technology in the wrong area, it doesn't work. It's not successful. It's like trying to use a wrench when a screwdriver is called for. And so I take those lessons from the other places of my life and I move them into the ideological and philosophical realms and say, okay, there is a time where materialist conditions or historical materialism is relevant. There's also times when idealism is relevant. There's times when pragmatism is relevant. There's times when anarchistic organization is the tool that you want to roll out. Sometimes it's direct democracy. Sometimes it's consensus. Sometimes it's delegation. Sometimes it's federation. All of these things are tools in our tool belt, and we should understand that they're not necessarily, some of them are toxic, but that ideologies and philosophies are tools. And we just have to understand the situation in which they are most appropriate and most advantageous to be used. And that way, if you have as many tools as you possibly can in your tool belt, then, if there's an edge case, you're like, oh, fuck yeah, I got that weird ass fucking tool just for that situation. And so, yeah, that's really the form of like how it works for me, at least. And quite frankly, I think it's served me quite well up until this point. But that's just me. Who knows? We're all slaves to our egos at the end of the day, unless we're tripping balls, right? Well, thank you, Ghost. I understand where Ghost is coming from. I do. Don't get me wrong. Annoys me too sometimes, but I'm sure I annoy him sometimes too. But like I said, it is my form of praxis. It's the tent that I run here. We don't have a bouncer at the gate, and we don't judge people by their sins on other channels. So, do you feel like you know when to use the ideological tools or still a work in progress? Sometimes. Sometimes, Alexander. Sometimes. I think that's the best any human being can hope for. Yeah, now that he's flattered you, exactly. Even then I trip balls. The best, says Trey. I sometimes. I think that's the best any human can be. A human being could hope for, right? Like... Ace, I annoy everyone. It's my life's mission. That and to sacrifice all virgins. By the way, the channel I said I was banned on, I wasn't. I got timed out, but I'm not even timed out. I don't care one way or the other. I'm proud of the kind of community I'm building and my Discord community and how weird bans and misunderstandings come to my shores to get resolved. Because they know as I've said, who did I say this to? I said, I'm like Switzerland without all the Nazi gold. Sell it. Um, yeah, a, Sargon of Agab. Um, Ghost, you triggered you triggered it. I mean, you triggered it. The Smoldering Sheep. Now that's a new one. That's a unique username. Welcome. Let me resize that from yesterday. So, and thank you for the follow, Alexander. I'm pretty sure you were the one who asked me, when to use the ideological tools. It's not appropriate in that one. I'll delete that. So, that's sort of my take. Thank you, Alexander. I like it. And I usually come across like a zealot at first, and a lot of people will ban me on day one, but once I'm given a chance, people understand I'm not exactly a troll, just a harmless Arkin on this stream is great. Thank you, Zealot. Pure sodium will kill you. Pure chlorine will kill you. Combine the two, and you have a necessity for life. Now, I know this sounds hackneyed. It really does. It sounds like it belongs in, like, Get Motivated subreddit or something like that, right? Sounds like something your aunt may post on her, like, Instagram, like with some fucking birds or something in the background. But it is true. Ideological purity is not effective as a form of praxis. Lyrican, yeah. Australian English, mischievous young person. All right, cool. Good-hearted, but rowdy. Working with hey, Dalek. Nice. Hope everybody's well as possible. Hope you're as well as you can be. Yeah, Mitre and I agree with that one. Like we're on the same page. Like Mitre has a tougher time with it. I moderate myself pretty well in certain circles, but we would like a return to a certain era of just hanging out with your mates and having a laugh. And it seems that society has gotten a little too serious for that, and I understand why. I do. I'm understanding and compassionate towards the reasons. But there is a time also for a different form of humor. But yeah, I don't describe to ideological puritanism. Like it's a good way to not have a conversation. And I think Sam, if you were here last night, Sam is a perfect example of this. Nothing was done. Contentious the entire time. No true engagement. It was just yelling about how their politics was the only way. And as a result of that intense myopic focus on this singular ideological arena, the compromises that they were willing to make in the form of apologism for Joseph Stalin and, this reverency for things that are odious and toxic at best and just downright genocidal and murderous and horrendous at worst is a classic perfect example of it. You can't lose yourself in that. You have to understand when is the time to moderate and mediate and say, okay, so what's the approach that I can take? What's the methodology that gets me across this river rather than me just kicking rocks into it this entire time from the other side? Can, I meet him halfway? Is that acceptable? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying compromise on things like human rights and civil rights and, genocide and rape and murder. These aren't the things you compromise on, but we all know, as reasonable human beings, we know the things that we could compromise on to move the needle and make a little progress tomorrow, so that we make gains and get the progressive agenda moving again. Ghost, I feel you that. It's hard to be friends with people who disagree about your rights as a human, but I have friends who we both disagree about what is right, and it's just chill. Luckily, I don't have Come down, Steven Seagal. Oh, yeah, we've seen that. Gains in the brains and gains from the weights. Let's see. Humor is all about the intention to me. Anyway, if your intention is just to make me laugh, then it's funny. If not, too bad, try again. But so long as the entire reason you said the thing was to make me laugh, I can appreciate it. I mean, infamously, a neuropathy is literally affecting my nose. You can see me doing this continuously. That is, like, it's tingling in my nose. Infamously, I have a very dark sense of humor. It's very rare that I show it on stream, right? It's not, coke guy, exactly. The last thing I'd want to do is stimulate my nervous system in that way. But neuropathy tingle, sure. Yes, Zero, it is. Altruism as well. Human beings aren't a single thing. This is the truest answer that you can have, is that human nature is inherently selfish. It's also altruistic. Within every single human being, there lies the capacity to be an angel and a devil. Forgive the religious symbolism. Of course it is. Of course human nature is malleable. The very definition of what is human is up for grabs. You can get a society or an individual to commit genocide, and you can get them to come together in a moment of crisis and take care of one another. It's the story of humanity. It's a kind of fucked up story, but it is the story of humanity. Isn't that the question for the age of Zero? How do we make human nature less selfish? Well, that's the thing. I talk about this occasionally. You need to increase rates of empathy, in my opinion. And you could talk about care, compassion, empathy, kindness, sympathy, all these sorts of things play into it. But really what you need is solidarity, right? Smoldering Sheep, even if it said you were a fascist or an authoritarian, you would be fine to hang out. I run a very big tent. I am an anarchist. Most of my community are leftists, but we practice a form of praxis around these parts that make it so that you are welcome as long as you engage in good faith, and you are fine jumping in the dialectic with us. So always welcome. Who needs less selfishness when you can remove the scarcity? But again, we need to address the solidarity to address the artificial scarcity. So there is a bit of a bootstrapping loopback problem there, Mitre, but oh yeah, well, I mean, you can. The link is in chat for the Steven Seagal Come Town episode. There, cool boy. If anybody wants it, feel free to grab it out of chat. Yeah, but the first step to caring, Ghost, is understanding, right? The first step on any trip, right, as far as a intellectual trip goes, is is sort of, you take on the information and you begin to process it, you begin to digest it, you begin to understand. So the empathy that is required for care is, in my view, step one. Now, we could have all sorts of discussions as to whether there's predispositions and societal factors, because I do. I mean, infamously, I quote the Corsini Encyclopedia of Psychology, Volume 2, page 811, is where two global meta-analysis studies begin being discussed about how rates of empathy within individualistic versus communitarian-leaning societies vary and differ, and how the more individualistic a societal structure is, the less, the smaller the ring of empathy usually is. The depth of empathy is another matter entirely, and it's usually left up to the individual. How deeply do they feel for someone else? But the distance at which somebody feels an empathetic response has a societal governor on it. And some people, again, there's exceptions all over the place for this, as there is for humanity. But there are trends. And the more individualistically leaning a society is, the smaller the distance and empathetic response an individual is likely to have. And so this is sort of the first step in the process as I see it. Is that we need to get past the hyper-individualism that neoliberal capitalism has especially fomented in our society. Now, you could end up with, a couple of different, or you could go down a couple of different pathways as to how you want to remedy that at a microcosmic and macrocosmic scale, dealing with the individual versus society. And that's a conversation to be had. But I do see these sorts of responses, emotional responses, as being sort of a linchpin in the issue of solidarity. And that's what we need. We need to get each other's backs, right? That's the discussion we're having. Like, if we want to overcome the bullshit, if we want to overcome the capitalist class, if we want to overcome the political class, we want to overcome the modern aristocracy in the form of billionaires, then we need to have greater rates of solidarity amongst the proletariat, as it were. And so, so that's where the discussion starts for me. Now, like I said, there's tons of nuance in there, but that's why I run what I run here, right? Big tent, lots of conversation, lots of engagement, and I try and do it the best, in good faith. Oh, yes, thank you. Extremely accepting, even compared to the leftist community. I really try. 97% of grain is used to feed cows. The food supply issue is a whole fucking thing. You know that. If you don't mind me asking, who did you vote for? I voted against Trump. Ozrip. I think that is the best way I could phrase it. Is I voted against Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. I voted against Trump. Yes, Ozrip, I am. But I'm a form of anarchism that most people probably don't encounter on a regular basis. I'm probably closest to somebody like Noam Chomsky for your modern era anarchist. I'm not going to be engaging in black bloc tactics. Those years are long behind me. I advocate for a philosophy of methodology I refer to as the Thucydian methodology. It is a form of incrementalism. It's a methodology that allows for changing out all of the components of a system while it's still engaged and underway. It's sort of, from a technological point of view, you could call it a hot swap. But yes, I use anarchism as my primary tool of analysis, my primary lens of viewing and analyzing the world, and ideologies and methodologies and philosophies. I am about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority wherever I find them, and forcing them to justify their existence and the dismantling or replacement therein. I meet all of the classical definitions and trappings of an anarchist. Everyone is. I just saw that pop on Echoplex. That's one of the most fascinating things to me is we don't know what's going on here. None of us. We don't know what existence is. Now, this is a little metaphysical territory, which we tend not to stray into unless Elle's in the room. But I do adore the fact that none of us know what existence is. And we have no idea what any of this is. And we're just all blindly wandering around the dark, as it were. And that fascinates me. So anyway, back to where I was in chat. What do you think of this statement? In a post-scarcity world with a universally capitalist mindset, all that will grow is the monopoly. I don't know. I think that a post-scarcity world, Zero, would have unforeseen consequences upon a universally capitalist mindset. I'm not sure that that would hold true. When you live in abundance like that, I think the capitalist driving factors such as greed and fear would definitely interact differently in people's psyche. It's crazy if humans stopped fighting each other for all the money is there. If they just spend it on food, water, shelter, all for not even getting new money or more money, just redirect. I know, right? Yeah, Ozrip. That's not what anarchism is about. It's about no rulers. It's about we talked about this already. I don't need to go back to that. I have, okay, so how can I do this with ease? Dunstable Ramsey. I built a set of lights. Infamously, I have a 3D printer. I'm a technologist from way back. I'm comfortable with circuitry and wiring and all of those sorts of things. I built a set of like streamer lights. They're over there and there's some down there. But they flash different colors if I so want them to and stuff like that. They're not on screen. Maybe one of these days I'll relocate them back to over there or something where the artwork is. But yeah, it's literally like I built them. There's LED components that are just off the shelf LED components. But the chipset is an Arduino chipset, WP8226, I think, is the Arduino Wi-Fi chipset that I used. Custom code, nothing fancy. I mean, for me at least, I know but yeah, that's what's going on in the room. But thank you for the compliment. I believe we need to separate people's short-term and ideal ideologies. Oh, yes, 100% Zero. People don't need to understand end state goal versus progressive goal. Yeah. Again, Ozrip, no. There's probably not a single Democrat in this room. Again, Ozrip, you're really not understanding the room. You're really not reading the room, apparently. If you want to come on air and have a conversation in good faith, by all means, I'd love to have a conversation with you and get you up to speed. Oh shit, Echo's a registered Democrat. There you go. We've got one. There you go. Mitre might be the closest thing to a Democrat in the room. No, I don't think you would be, Mitre. If billionaires had more foresight, they'd focus on feeding the poor and getting them shelter because poor people could be. I mean, capitalism is all about short-term games, long-term ignorance. Ghost, 100%. Yeah, again, Ozrip, we literally put it. It's about it. Come on, air, Ozrip. Let's have the conversation. Exclamation Discord in chat. Get you the Discord link. Come on air. I'll have the conversation. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to be mean to you. But clearly you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what anarchism and probably leftist spectrum politics is. And I would love to catch you up to speed. Zero. And thank you for those that are tagging me with your questions. Thank you, by the way. Really helpful. Really helpful. If it's contradictory to believe in hierarchy while in good faith using it, is it contradictory to believe in hierarchy while in good faith using anarchistic rhetoric? I mean, yes, it's contradictory, Zero, but it's also contradictions aren't necessarily a bad thing. What you have to ask yourself is it hypocritical? Contradictions exist whether we like it or not. We are dichotomous species by our very nature. Existence is contradictory. So don't get too caught up in don't get too caught up in the fact that contradictions will exist. Do you assume, as I do, that this is base reality? I do not, Ghost. I make no assumptions as to the nature of reality itself, having had enough entheogenic experiences and enough, like, high dose trips. I make no assumptions as to what this is. I don't fucking know. I have an idea, but I don't know shit, right? Let me put it that way. I don't think the hoarders. It'd be sweet if I were wrong. I know, right? Echoplex. Don't you think we're not. We have artificial scarcity. See, that's the thing. This is semantics. Anne. This would be a semantical argument. I would say that while we could be in a post-scarcity world, we're not, due to the logistics and the capitalistic manipulations of the system at large. And thus, it is not a post-scarcity world yet, because there are people who still live in scarcity, including Americans and healthcare, right? But the technological and industrial capability is there. So I agree with the premise of your statement for sure. Sure, you can, Osram, all the time. It's worked multiple times. Hey, thank you, Smoldering. A general statement for those that are new. I much prefer you, like any money you're going to spend on my channel. The reason the bit count is so high at 10,000 is to try and prevent people from spending money on the channel. I advocate for you giving that money to a charity that you believe in. If you don't have one you want to give to, I'll give you a recommendation if you so choose. Take a loved one out to buy food and cook for a loved one. Give it to a random homeless person, that sort of thing. But again, I can't stop you. So do what you shall. I really prefer what they're on, but let's see if hang on. Let me, there we go. Yeah, see, I mean, they're just casting light for you, Smoldering. Like I said, one of these days I'll reposition. No, I like that. Where's the one I like? There we go. So they're behind me. There's like 9 of them. And they're hexagonal rather than triangular. Low tech. I turn off the white lights and turn on the red ones in the after show. Nice. I've also got, if you're interested, this is gonna blow everything out, but right, like my primary key light, which is up here, is actually tied to everything. Like I'm a technologist from way back, getting things wired into buttons and shit and coded up. It's just something I can do. It's just a skill I possess. I have another crazy hot take on human purpose, but this one's actually crazy. I think we need to find something that we can that can survive a universal collapse, like a Big Bang. Then we store all the information we know inside of it, visual, audio, and hope that it survives for eternity and can be found by another species. I'm with it, Zealot. I'm fucking with it. I'm with it. Which one of you is student athletes and which one of you is Plex Dave? Because Plex Dave, I love it. Love it, Echo. Love it. Fuck it. I would never join a club that would have me as a member, but I will make an exception. Hey, Noam Chomsky, the username. How old is your username? Oh, it's fairly recent, actually. Where does anarchism differentiate from stateless communism? Sorry if it sounds no, and don't apologize for sounding stupid. We all sound, when we all start, it's the way it goes. Anarchism wouldn't be concerned with the same things that the stateless communistic system would be concerned with. Anarchism is going to be more concerned with organizational structure and liberty. I'm going to condense a lot of topics down here, and for any of those who are schooled in leftist philosophies and anarchism specifically, forgive my sort of glossing over entire categories and chapters of what I'm about to do. But basically, the anarchism is going to be more concerned with how you structure your society. Communism will address it as well, but anarchism is focused on that. It's more concerned with the organizational structure and how people treat each other and how society relates to itself. Communism is going to have a whole host of topics attached to it. It's going to be concerned with state politics. It's going to be concerned with economics. It's going to be concerned with societal factors. So it's sort of a broader topic in a way. And whereas anarchism says, okay, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be finding a way to relate to one another at a micro and a macro scale. And so we'll go from there. Well, I'm only taking one of you. Who are you, OzRip? Conversations don't work usually in 3 ways. So let me know which one's your username, and I'll move them to air. See, and this is the thing. Tale of Two Rabbits is correct. Remember, philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms. That means that fundamentally, it doesn't mean that it can't exist. It means that it has to meet qualifying. It has to meet certain qualifiers. It has to justify its existence. And the perfect example is Tale of Two Rabbits. Levels of expertise can exist. I mean, that's, it's not a complete elimination, but it is about a flattening of hierarchies, but also a philosophical challenging, right? Let me catch up here. One day I'm going to smash out that 10,000 bits. I swear. I hope you don't, Mitre. I hope you don't. If you do, I know what I'm going to do with that money, Mitre. It's going directly into the Travel to Australia travel fund. I will use that money to come visit you if that happens. That's what I'll do with that money. Yes, Lil Pausies. Not necessarily. Okay, there's too many people in voice chat. I'm not taking. I don't know who all of you are. I know who California Grizzly is at least. But in democratic voting or consensus decision making, both are perfectly valid. Direct democracy more than the sort of style of democratic voting that you know. Do you believe in Antifa? Same way I believe in guns, I guess. They exist. But I know what you're asking, and I'll talk to it in a second. Let me catch up here on chat, and then we'll go into voice chat. It really depends on what we mean by hierarchy. The only answers I know are those who challenge unjustified authority, ranks that exist for the sake of existing, like police officers and middle managers. Two Rabbits gets it. I don't need to explain shit to you. I love having you in chat. Two Rabbits, you get this already. Yeah. Everybody ask fucking Two Rabbits questions if you need some shit answered. Also, Tale of Two Rabbits has some really good YouTube videos. Check those out. Yep, lighting. All right, so there's Dave. What does work in 3 ways? Dude, three ways suck, Mitre. Three ways suck. What I found, 5 ways are the only way to go. You need 5 people or more to make it not weird and awkward. 3 ways always get weird. Just saying. Links. Powder Hackle knows where it's at. I'm just saying, I speak from experience on this one. Let's just put it this way. take the old timers advice on this one, kids. Don't get involved in 3 ways. Stick to orgies. Yes, Ace. Wow, we really went there, huh? Yes, we went there. Yumi and Dupree ain't gonna work for us then? No. No, it isn't. All right, so here's how this is gonna work. Prizzo, I'm assuming that you are Ozrip.
Yeah, what up?
Because I know who California Grizzly is, and you mentioned your friend was student athletes.
Yeah, some process of elimination. Sorry if you're talking to me, I just muted the stream, so
all
I
right.
wasn't paying attention.
All right, boys, go. CTO of Antifa, love it. So where do we need to start? Do you have any base questions, or is there anything that hasn't been covered by chat?
You said you were an anarchist, and I was like, so that means you believe in no government, no laws or anything? And then you were like, no, I don't believe in that. So I was just a bit confused.
All right, so one, I'm gonna put for everyone again in chat. This is the canned response that everybody gets. Okay, so anarchism is a wide river with many streams and tributaries that you'll find many differing answers but essentially, in my opinion, it's a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy. That's a horizontal system of organization and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms. Now, anarchism is a very broad topic. And you can have multiple philosophers and political scientists and experts and, amateurs alike who apply and interpret their anarchism differently. But fundamentally, you start from what it means. Anarchy is a compound word derived from Greek. An means without, archos means ruler. So start your understanding from square one and go forward from there. So it's not saying no organizational structure. It's not saying chaos. It's not saying a world without rules. All it's saying is that the people at the top gotta go. That's where where you start.
Okay. So, but then if you eliminate all the people at the top, then wouldn't you just keep doing that?
Well, yeah, until you have a idealized society with a flattened hierarchical structure, which is called a heterarchy, which is a valid organizational structure.
Okay, but the thing is, if you Google anarchist, that's not what the definition is. So that's why I was confused. I wasn't even trying to come at you. I was just genuinely curious because I'd never even heard of that. What you were talking about. So I was I thought when I joined, you thought I was trying to come at you and be rude, but that was not my intention.
I think the general consensus is that when relying upon Google for technical definitions, and that's what you're doing.
I know it was extremely broad, but I was like,
is probably
that's what this guy believes in.
Yeah,
right, I know.
Probably not the route to go, and that's the thing is around these parts it is an academic abstraction because we are talking political science, right? That's what we're doing. And so it isn't a matter of, colloquial definitions, because to establish a shared space as I do, where I can have a conversation with literal authoritarians, fascists, right-wingers of all sorts, left-wingers of all sorts, and God help us, even centrist neolibs, I have to establish a shared language. And the best way to do that is we talk about this all the time. There's 2 forms of linguistic analysis. There's prescriptive and descriptivist. Basically, do the colloquialisms and the people at large decide how the words are defined, or is there a central authority? And I'm of a mind that when we are talking non-technical, non-academic, non-scientific, then it's perfectly fine to have a descriptivist linguistics set. But when we enter the arena of technical speak, which
Right.
political speech is technical speech, then we need to become prescriptivists very quickly. And so, yeah, I would start with, I mean, Wikipedia is fine. It's fine. But you really need to turn to actual political science texts as to the proper definitional merits of the term anarchism, specifically due to the fact that there has been 120, 150, 160 years of concerted effort by Western systems of governance to malign this word and to drag it through the mud and to conflate it with terrorism and chaos, because traditionally speaking, anarchists are the ones who are the environmental activists. They are the labor organizers. They are the ones, you know, two Black Panthers infamously are anarchists. They're there for the civil rights movement. They're there for the women's suffrage movement. They're there for the gay liberation movement. Anarchists are the ones who come to bat for you when you're being oppressed. And so we're not exactly seen favorably by the status quo, no matter what era it may be, because we're the ones that will call out your bullshit more often than not. And so there has been a concerted effort dating back before the Wilson administration. I know the Wilson administration released a propaganda pamphlet that conflated communists, anarchists, and terrorists intentionally in a form of propagandism. And it's been that way ever since because of, let's face it, moneyed interests and political class status quo in this country. So, and that's not to say that, you know, anarchists haven't bombed shit in the past, but so have Christians, so have Republicans, so have, you know, the story of humanity is written in.
I think you could point to any group of people who've done something bad.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't want to whitewash it entirely and say like, oh no, we're the fucking, you know, saints of the world. Shit has got, you know, people have got their hands dirty in the past, but that's generally speaking, anarchists are more about mutual aid and solidarity networks and organizational structure methodology. And that's why, you know, if you have somebody name an anarchist, usually they go straight to Noam Chomsky, which is just a fucking PhD linguist. You know, so yeah. All right. Anything else?
Not like, so do you believe in like voting? Like there should be like a democracy type thing or no?
Well, yes. My idealized system is consensus decision making, which is a system of interaction that most people are completely unfamiliar with because they've never had an experience with it. But to blow your mind, imagine existing within a system that allows a single person to have a universal veto vote. You can't even begin to understand how that would work, I imagine. How do you get anything done? But it's actually a very effective methodology of getting stuff done. And consensusdecisionmaking.org, I think, is a good primer for most people there. But yes, direct democracy or democratization of systems is a tool that's used by anarchist groups the world over and has been for hundreds of years.
Don't you think giving one person, though, too much power could be problematic, or?
This is the thing. It's like saying to somebody born on Earth what it's like to grow up on Mars. It's a foreign concept. It truly is. Having never experienced it, never been through a committee that used consensus decision making, it's going to be a foreign concept. Now, intellectually, like I said, consensusdecisionmaking.org. Oh, hang on. Echo, have a good one. Good luck with I hope your co-host is relatively sober as well. Have a good stream, and I hope to see you again some other time. And so, let's see. Yeah. So it is, even intellectually, if you go and read about it, I think they have like a 38-page primer on it or something like that you can download, and you can, intellectually, I'm sure you're fine. You're big boy. You can grasp the concept after you learn about it, but it will still be very foreign to you. And it's just the nature of human experience. You have to experience it first. But the thing that you're more familiar with is democracy, and have you ever had a direct democratic system that you've been involved in?
I mean, the U.S. is
Yeah,
like,
we're not a direct democracy.
no, I know we're a republic, and I understand the difference, but so I
Um,
guess in that sense, no. But
okay, so yeah, I mean, the closest I could get you is, sort of an understanding of direct democracy. At Citizens United, gotta go. Oh, fuck me. Citizens United was one of the most problematic rulings of the last, 20 years? Something like that. Um, So, yeah, no, anarchism utilizes these as tools within its organizational structure. Hey, Jack, all the time. There's committees, there's delegation, there's organizational structure. All of these sorts of things exist within anarchism. In fact, generally speaking, anarchistically organized cooperatives in the form of business structure have a higher success rate than their standard capitalist counterparts. There's been numerous studies on a global scale. By the way, there's the amount of cooperatives in the global economy accounts for 30% of the total world's economic gains. They weather downturns in the economy better. They have a longer average survival rate rather than 3 for their capitalist counterparts. It's 5 years for them. They have lower layoff rates. They like I said, they weather downturns better. They tend not to lay people off. They slash their rates and pay or eat it on the back end much better. The general rates of acceptance and happiness within worker organized cooperatives is higher than their non-democratic counterparts. So these sorts of organizational structures aren't theory. They aren't theory. And I mean, things like the anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years before the Catholic Church and the Papal States literally blockaded them and starved them out. And so, I mean, it's been tested, it's been tried. I have books on my shelf that can go into the game theory or the symbolic logic of whether anarchism works, and it's been proven mathematically, it's been proven historically, it's been proven contemporarily. That it's a viable system of organizational structure.
okay, so but like, just to be clear, so do you believe in like one person at the top who has like more power than they do right now, and like at least in terms of the U.S.?
Do I believe in having a ruler?
Yeah.
Anarchy means without rulers.
Okay, so that was what I was kind of confused about.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. I wasn't trying to be like
It's
rude
okay.
when I joined.
No,
I
no,
was
no.
just genuinely curious because
You legitimately seemed like you were not understanding the concept as a whole, and that's why I wanted to get you on air so we could have the conversation directly rather than try and do this voice to text bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you talking to me.
All right. Well, you have a good one, and I hope
You
you
too.
you go forward and say, hey, they're not all just throwing bricks through Starbucks windows.
All right. I'll research it more. I'm gonna admit
Start
I'm not exactly too educated on it, so it's
start
hard
with
for me to.
start with On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky. It's a very good
All
primer,
right.
and where you go from there is up to you.
All right. Sounds good, dude. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Um, that, folks, is how you do it. Oh, we got a Rick. We got a Rick. You have a good one, Oz. Somebody who just sits in chat and says, no, you're wrong over and over again. That is the definition of a Rick, folks. Ace. YouTube terms of service change. What now? Right to monetize all content on platform. Ads may appear on videos from channels not in the partner program even. Fuck you, YouTube. Yep. See, we have the perfect example of good faith, bad faith. You've got Ozrip, who is perfectly good faith, just didn't understand. And then we've got whatever this person is, who is just, yeah, exactly, Ozrip. I do feel you. Who is, well, shall we say, challenged. Let's do I have? Let's throw some music on in the background. It was fun. I like educating people. Shit roll, you wouldn't know an Antifa member if they fucking smacked you in the face with their cock. Which probably has happened recently, but you do understand it's an ideology, right? It's not an organizational structure. Like, we don't have membership cards. Like, it's not like that. Chances are, if you have, I don't know, shit roll, do you have family members who served in World War II? Grandparents, anything like that? They were Antifa. Just saying. I mean, there's a huge chunk of the U.S. Military that are, you know, honored veterans that are Antifa. Oh, and probably just because it'll get a rise out of you, Jesus was communist. No, the KKK is not anti-fascist. They're inherently fascistic. Oh, Cat. Cat, I did it for you.
Beta, amazing.
Do I even want to? I don't, dude, I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to Logan Paul. It's just an idea, Azrep. It's just an idea. There is no organizational structure to Antifa. It's not a group. You can't join it. It's not a membership thing. There's no way to contact the regional directorship of Antifa. It's literally, it's an ideal. It's a thing. It means anti-fascist. If you show somebody who's exhibiting fascistic tendencies, anybody who is willing to use direct action against them is Antifa. That's just how it works.
Bring back manly men? Because Harry Styles wearing a dress in a field? So my question is, like,
It ain't manly, bro.
bro, why? What
ain't manly.
What is manly to you? What does it mean?
Jake Paul with the fucking hot take. Look at that.
Is manly like being comfortable in your own skin and being comfortable with who you are, regardless of what people think about what you're wearing?
I get that, and I understand it's okay to venture out and try new things and do things, and I think it's great for people not to judge.
Okay, yeah, I'm with whoever Twitter account this is. Like, dude, 2020 keeps getting fucking weirder. Holy shit. I'm sorry, with Logan Paul. I'm agreeing with Logan Paul. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable with this.
Judge other people, but
Yeah, man. Just like you are now.
Okay,
Well, hold on a sec.
hold on.
He
Let
can
me
also
speak.
have
Can
his
I-
he can
can I
also
speak?
have his opinion. Why are you getting combative? The
Because
idea.
you guys
all
are
right,
making
hold
this
on,
something
slow-
it's
slow
not.
down,
You're
slow
the
down.
you're the type of people
No,
that will look at it and are like,
I-
no, men
listen.
gotta be men and they can't wear dresses.
Listen,
none of us
Suck
said
a
that.
dick, bro.
No.
I would do this in a heartbeat.
no one
No one said
that.
I wouldn't do it. No,
one
one said he didn't do it.
No one said that. What it the notion of it, the idea of it.
Oh. Sorry, I clicked off of it because somebody sent me a fucking message all of a sudden on Twitter. All right.
Back, man. Like you are now.
Okay,
well, hold on a sec.
hold on,
He
let
can
me
also
speak.
have
Can
his
I-
he
can
can
I
also
speak?
have his opinion. Why are you getting combative? The
Because
idea.
you guys
all
are
right,
making
hold
this
on,
something
slow-
it's
slow
not.
down,
You're
slow
the
down.
you're the type of people
No,
that will look at it and are like,
I-
no, men
listen.
gotta be men and they can't wear dresses.
Listen,
None of us
Suck
said
a
that.
dick, bro.
No.
I would do this in a heartbeat.
no one
And
no one
No
said
one said
that.
I wouldn't do it. No
one
one said he didn't
no,
do it.
No one said that. What it the notion of it, the idea of it, and the idea of him donning a magazine dress in a dress elicits a conversation, and it's a conversation.
The problem
that's
is people are
happening
too
on the
quick
show
to get
right now.
angry like you. You get angry at our opinion.
And I think
think that's not
Wait,
fair.
what am I angry about?
You got really quick to get mad at
Your opinion is shit,
me
though.
and Mike
When?
immediately. There's no conversation. You just got mad immediately.
I'm listening to you, telling me you don't want to judge people, and then watching you judge people. So yeah, I'm listening. And
No one's
mind you,
judging
I'm not
anybody.
getting angry, but
Nobody's
me
judging
calling you
anybody.
out for your flaw,
So now I have a
And-
flaw for my opinion.
Yes.
your lack of
So it's a
logic.
So
When you-
my point of view is a flaw.
Ideological
I never even said your
consistency,
point of view is a flaw.
motherfucker.
See what I'm saying about you being angry? You
Do
just
I-
insulted me.
Who is this
Do I
person
look
he's
angry
speaking
you?
to, by the
Will
way?
you
Does
know what
anybody
assault means?
know
Well,
who I'm
telling
looking
you that
at here?
your lack
Cat,
of
Cat. Who
logic
the fuck is he
will
talking
lose
to,
you
by the way?
argument. When you say, yeah, man, like people shouldn't judge people, but like he's not a man because he's wearing a dress.
No, never once did I said he's not a man for wearing a dress.
You said it's not manly, right?
Let's
in the same vein,
I,
would
s-
you
I said
say?
it's not manly. I
Right.
did not grow up where I walked around watching men wear dresses. Now that is my
Right.
upbringing and my surroundings. It wasn't my choice and it wasn't the way I wrote it. But you can't get mad at me if me and Mike are like, we don't.
Interesting. All right. Anyway, scrolling back up. Wait, we have membership cards. I didn't get one. Dude, okay, so 2 rabbits. Here's the deal. You didn't sacrifice the goat at the quarterly Soros meeting. You got to bring the goat to the quarterly Soros meeting, and then you get your membership card. Oh, and you get your dose of adrenochrome as well. So that's what you got to do. Let's see. To be a true leftist is to have a deck of cards from organizations that nobody has heard of. All right, cool. No idea. Well, fuck him. How many goats? Oh, just one. Just one. Hey, Shitroll, you want to get on the air? You want to talk? I'd love to have the conversation. I have a feeling, though, anybody want to put bets? 12 seconds before hard R. Anyway. There we go. Go with that one. Oh, Ace, I'm glad you weren't here for that one that night then. Yeah. Shit roll. Get on air. Exclamation Discord. Let's have the conversation. You can put me to shame with your galaxy brain takes. What would you say to people like me who don't support Trump or Biden and everyone assumes I'm a huge Republican because I dislike both the Democrats? I would say, Ozrip, you have to be equally vocal. That's the thing. It's all about rhetorical device when you have that conversation, right? It's about starting the conversation and setting expectations appropriately at the beginning of the conversation. So you have to say things, moderating statements ahead of time so they don't jump to those conclusions, knowing that they may. So when you do that, you say, look, I'm not a fan of either of these people. I think there's valid criticisms for both. Yes, Trump is a piece of shit in this way. Biden is a piece of shit in this way. It's not that I'm a centrist. It's that I find, criticisms with all of that sort of thing. So yeah, conversations, the dialectic, rhetorical device, you have to moderate people's expectations. Okay, so 2 Rabbits has 30 seconds down. Hey, Memphis. Thank you. I try. It's a quiet night tonight, actually. This is the slowest it has been in weeks. And I got to tell you, it's actually allowing me to keep up with chat at a decent pace. I don't want it to stay this way, but it's nice. But hope you're doing well, Memphis. Can I debate? I doubt it, but I'm always open to new experiences. Let's just put it that way. It's a Wednesday night. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I suppose hump day, right? Hey, Solaris. Yeah, we got one right now. We're trying to get him on the hook. But we've gotten some. Oh, that wasn't even a burp. Like that wasn't. But yeah, I'm not a strong burper to start with. Yeah, but we've got some really good education done tonight as well. People who just didn't understand anarchism, willfully ignorant Memphis would probably be the best way to describe a chud. There's many definitions that could probably be applied, but around these parts, I'd say the willfully ignorant and the confidently incorrect. Yeah. I think, that's probably the way I'd go with it. But yeah, no, we got some good practice done so far, Solaris. It's been quiet. Like Kat pointed out, it's a Wednesday night. But couple of minds, couple of things pointed out, couple of things done. It's hilarious. A chud is anyone I don't like, and the more I don't like them, the more chud they are. So, like I said, many definitions. Let's just put it that way. Oh, that's Dirtbag's quote. Love it. The type of person whose hobbies probably include watching Shapiro Owns SJW with Facts and Logic compilations on YouTube, as well as jerking off the hentai. They also tend to double as tape recorders. I have lots of people that I don't agree with. Dude, the link's already been put in chat. Jesus Christ. It literally was put in, like, I think twice for you. It's on the page, !Discord. DISCORD. Exclamation, DISCORD. See, that's the thing, Memphis. Like, I have lots of people on my channel I engage with that oh my God, it's like 2 lines above you. I think it's an old insult to refer to ugly people. I don't know the etymological history of the term chud, to be perfectly honest. Interesting, Cat. Are there channels that have libs owning the right or whatever? Yeah, Destiny, Vosh. Oh God, shit roll. Are you student athletes? Is that you? All right, everybody, lock in your bets.
Hello?
Yep.
I'm dying to an Ash! Oh my God, I just killed her. I'm killing Yumi. Oh my God, die, you fucking cat! I got the double kill. Is anybody here? Hello?
You weren't saying anything worth my time, so I server muted you.
That's unlucky, dude. Why would you mute me? For no reason.
Because even chat was saying, what are you talking about?
Sorry, I was playing a video game. So you think that anarchy is right?
No, I think it's a viable ideological lens of analysis.
Have you ever played the game Fallout 4? Or any Fallout? at all?
Yeah, you do know that the moral of the Fallout tales dating back all the way to Fallout 1, because I was there when it was fucking released, is that authoritarian overreach and capitalism ends up in the apocalypse.
Yeah, exactly. But anarchy isn't right though. Like
Wow,
anybody who
that
can
was
do
a
what.
brilliant take. Why did you invoke the Fallout anthology then if you want to make a criticism of anarchistic ideals? Because
Why
there's
are
no
you
overlap.
just shitting on my ideas after I say one thing? Like, this is exactly what's wrong with liberals.
I'm not a liberal.
Okay, well, either way, but like anybody who's like you, somebody who says one thing, they just shit on one thing.
Says the guy who has had nothing but bad faith takes since he walked in the room. So what do you got to say? What's your
just
valid
saying
ideological
that-
criticism here?
I'm just curious. Honestly, I'm not even angry at you. I'm just curious. So you think that what is it? Anarchy is the best way to go?
I think it's a viable. I think it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Ozrep. I think it's a viable lens of analysis, and it's proven it historically and contemporarily.
Well, why do you think that? I'm just curious, honestly.
Because of about 1,000 years of history, game theory, mathematics, political science, and my own experiences.
I'm just curious as to what you think will happen if this does happen.
375 years of anarchistic organization within the country of Kospaya led to a level of prosperity that made the Papal States so afraid and so challenged by their resource gains that they decided that the best way to deal with them was to blockade them and starve them out.
Can you explain anarchy? I'm just curious.
It's a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy, which is a horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms wherever they may lie.
Sorry, I was just distracted. Can you do that
Nope,
again?
you're gone. Have a good one. There we go. So he didn't go hard R. I was surprised. Yeah. Well, we'll see. No one can multitask sell it. Let's see. What do we got? Memphis. Hey, okay. Got just in time. Yeah, I know. It's astounding the video gamers that multitasking just we are unitaskers by our very nature. Lynx gets it. It is funny, the video gamers like Gamer TM, the misunderstanding of the Fallout anthology and the moral tale that they were attempting to tell. How many libertarians became libertarians because of fucking BioShock? I know, right? Missed the point entirely, by the way. It's tradition within gaming to do that. That they missed the point entirely. Fallout is so explicitly capitalism bad. Like, what the fuck? Look, that's the thing. We explained it. Here's the thing, guys. We explained it multiple times in chat. I explained it multiple times on air. The feigning of disinterest, the just taking up my time and making me repeat things. This is classic example of bad faith argument, bad faith argumentation, and I don't tolerate it. I just don't. This place is a place that, I mean, I don't care if you're an authoritarian. I don't care if you're a fascist. I don't care if you're fucking communist. I don't care, right? As long as you're willing to engage in the dialectic in good faith with me, I will have the conversation. But no, I will not abide that. The dude does not abide shit like that. Ghost, we covered this yesterday. I talked about this for you. My feed is not on the screen, is not delayed. Your guys has a 6-second delay on it. So mods can deal with it if necessary. Yes, I do. I make a very concerted effort to answer everybody's questions, Solaris. It is part of what I do. And, you know, yeah, somebody who takes advantage of that in order to disrupt the praxis of the channel does not last. I will not tolerate that. I genuinely had a friend who thought the central message of Fallout was pro-eugenics. I hope you sat that friend down and had a conversation. Needless to say, I stopped talking to them immediately after that conversation. Like, you know, there's subtext, but you missed it that hard? Dude, that's brutal. Brotherhood stands are boring as fuck. Oh, yeah. I feel like he was the type of guy who read Watchmen and thought Rorschach was the good guy. Dude, I think look, we could have a philosophical debate surrounding Watchmen. I think I've got a first copy, actually. First edition. I'd have to check. I'd have to go to storage for that, though. Either way. I think there's an argument to be made that no one's the good guy in Watchmen. Like, right? Like, there are no heroes. I think that's sort of the direction with that one. But hey, we could talk to Frank instead. Memphis, I'm happy to hear anyone who makes an informed argument, even if I don't agree. Happy I found this channel. I'm so glad you are happy. Yeah, shoot. If Antifa isn't left wing, why does everyone? No. Antifa is left. They're leftists. They're just not an organization. Like, that's what you need to understand. Fascism is a far-right ideology. To be against it generally places you somewhere on the leftist spectrum. We need to get an interview with Alan Moore. Fuck yeah. Can we arrange that? Jack, like, fuck, make that call. Do you have his number? Yeah, we claim Antifa. Yeah, Democrats. Okay, so Oz, you have to understand this concept, first of all, called the Overton window. Basically, it has to do with political normalization. It has to do with political normalization. So essentially what happens is in a society or in a group, you can move what looks like center either direction. And if it stays that way, if the rhetoric surrounding it normalizes it, then what happens is there's this shift in consciousness that occurs. And so that which is now right or left is perceived as center. And so you can have this concept of the Overton window sliding to the right in the instance of America. And then what happens is a centrist organization like the mainstream Democrats, DNC, is fundamentally looked at as a leftist position, even though it technically lies philosophically or ideologically as a centrist position. And then those that are actually on the left are seen as this sort of far out there, far left group. But what's actually happened is this normalization process, referred to as an Overton window or an Overton window shift, has actually slid in the instance of America in the last, I'd say Nixon, let's say 50 years, has been normalized to the right of the political spectrum. So when you look at it, what happens is, from a common parlance sort of point of view, you look at the Democrats and you say they're on the left. No, they're actually sitting usually in the middle and a little to the right if you take a global political perspective. If you speak to somebody from the UK or Germany or Italy or Spain about the policies and ideologies of the Democrats in America, what you find is they would say they're right-leaning centrists. And so this has to do with perspective more than actual political spectrum analysis. Coming back, what do we got? Battle. World War II veterans were Antifa. I'm just saying. There's your hot take. Like, oh, Jesus. We got a fucking genius. We got Galaxy Brain up in the hizzy. Like, you don't have to throw punches to be against fascism. It's ideological. I am shooketh by your use of hizzy. I am shooketh by your use of shooketh.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's an ideological position. Now, whether that position ends up in direct action, is a whole other ballgame. I mean, since we're just waiting on hot takes from chuds, you know, right? Let's fucking jam a little. Hey, thanks for the follows. Timones? Tamanez? Sorry for butchering your name either way. No, Ozrip, you are anything but a chud. There's varying definitions of chuds, but the ones I use is generally willfully ignorant or confidently incorrect. Oz, you proved yourself open-minded and willing to learn. You are anything but a chud, in my eyes, at least. Somebody else's channel, they may. Hey, Billy. So basically what you're saying is that since the country is to the right, you're portrayed that way. Yeah, basically, it has to do with perspective. You've had to have heard somebody say before, Oz, something like, you know, Hillary Clinton, that radical leftist, right? The radical leftist, Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi, shit like that. They are anything but radical leftists. They are corporations in a pantsuit, for fuck's sake. They are the definition of right-leaning. And yet they are portrayed and perceived to be by some to be left, far left. But when you do any sort of political science analysis, any sort of multi-axis analyses of their policies and their ideologies, what you end up with is they are most certainly right-leaning, centrist but right-leaning. So this, yeah, it has to do with a perspective, both at an individual and a societal scale. Yeah, Lynx is true. Lynx is telling you is giving you a good piece of advice, Oz. I run a different type of ship than a lot of leftists do around these parts. Yeah. It's sort of a fair warning, right? We're not it's not a threat. It's like a heads up. Like it's a different feel around here. It's a different vibe. That's a brilliant Light Fox. Oh, fuck. How high are you, Light Fox? How high? Why am I so skinny? I've been skinny my entire life, but I do also suffer from a progressive neurological condition, progressive small fiber neuropathy, which has a exercise intolerance that goes along with it. So the muscle mass that I used to have, which I have a couple of people in here right now that can vouch for it, Christina being one of them. I used to be fucking actually kind of ripped. No, not drugs, not drugs, unfortunately. It's a progressive health condition that is just kind of shitty. I'm in constant pain and discomfort. No. Thank you for the concern, then. But I've always been very skinny, too. So when I did have muscle mass, it was, you know, not a whole lot of, you know, I have, like, basically zero body fat. No, I'm not vegan. I mean, that's a conversation you can have, Wagner. I mean, I'd be open to. I mean, you're using an absolutist value basis for humanity. I mean, that seems to take some of the humanity out of humanity, based on that that analysis. But you know, whatever. Yep, exactly, Oz. Yeah, you seem okay. So you know, I'd love to get you over to my side, Oz. But the fact of the matter is, it seems like you have a good head on your shoulders. Just do your own political education, look into a little poli-sci, look into a little civics, and figure your stuff out for yourself. But the fact that you already have a distaste for that level of corruption and capitalization of political will, as it were, or political power. Definitely means you're headed in the correct direction either way. So rock on, my man. You keep doing you. Are you a boy Antifa or a girl Antifa? Do you have special pronouns? I'm a dude. I'm a guy. I'm a he, him. I'm, you know, that sort of thing. Always have been, always will be. Never had any question in that area. I'm gay though. I do like the dick. I'm sure Mitrey's gonna clip that one. Are you, yeah, okay, I got to the vegan thing. No, I am not vegan. I quite enjoy a variety of meats. I'm fairly well known at this point for, you know, the wild game stuff as well. I've got sources for a whole host of stuff. You give good head. Yeah, halfway decent. These days, TMJ, my jaw, you know, temporomandibular joint disorder. So, you know, that gets a little difficult sometimes. But, you know, I think my boyfriend could vouch for me. I don't really have Antifa beliefs, winks of whatever the fuck your name is. I mean, yeah, I'm anti-fascist, but all anarchists are anti-fascist by their very definitional merits. Thank you, and thank you for the follows, and thank you for the follows. Yeah, exactly, Ace. Dude, the TMJ stuff is fucking pain in the ass. You seem a very posh leftist. The fact that you used posh tells me that you may not be American, but either way, I suppose I mean, yeah, I'm bougie as fuck to a certain extent. But I'm also very blue collar. I like to build stuff. I like to DIY. I like to, you know, run electrical cable and fix all that sort of stuff. So just sort of depends how we're having that conversation. But I think the fact that I'm not in the millionaire or billionaire class dictates that I'm one of the proletariat no matter what. So either way, and ideologically speaking, you know, the group I advocate for is us. There we go. Is your life in chaos? I mean, my physical, my health is, for sure. No. Prepare yourself, Christina and Kat. You may have to handle a whole bunch of business. I'm telling you that ahead of time. Just be aware. We may have to remove some restrictions, shall we say. Oh, is he trying to send you fucking private links and shit? There you go. Oh, rock on, too. So what channel did you guys come from? Where'd you organize out of? Okay. That makes sense then. Well, if you want to have a good faith conversation, I'm all open to it. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the fear is strong in this one. Yeah, right. I run a channel praxis that allows for conversations with fascists and authoritarians. You people don't really bother me. You'll burn yourselves out. But thank you for helping my channel metrics, by the way. You're getting the active chat numbers up. You're getting the, you know, all of those metrics up. It's going to help me in the long run. Yeah, definitely a metal lid for your shield. Well, here's what you, oh shit, we got the anti-Semitism. Always, I love when the mask comes off. I love when the mask finally comes off. You just need to give them like a couple of minutes and the mask comes right off. It's fucking hilarious. So here's the thing. Trump lost. You guys are losers. Politically speaking, you lick the boots of those that oppress you. You're essentially bratty submissives from a political fetishistic point of view. Now, should we talk about the dark tetrad of personality disorders that that coincide with internet trolling as well? Because psychopathy, sociopathy, sadism, and Machiavellianism are the most collated and correlated personality disorders that go along with this type of behavior. So generally speaking, what we're dealing here is with maladjusted people. So you're just sort of jealous of Biden, which as an anarchist mystifies me. I mean, really. What a terrible person to be jealous of. But hey, I guess if that's who you want to be jealous of these days. But your dude lost. And I mean, there's such epic losers that they couldn't even organize a press conference correctly, and they ended up sandwiched between a fucking dildo shop and a crematorium because that's how incompetent they are. But hey, I suppose everybody has the right to be a Jets or a Red Sox fan, right? Oh, looks like it started. Oh, we got, yeah, we got the fucking dog whistles. Actually, I have a bunch of spiritual beliefs, but they don't get shared with people like you guys. SJ, you want to come on air? Or are you eating? Where are you? Whatever. Don't share any information in this one. Oh, yeah, of course, Two Rabbits. Of course. It's always, let's face it, conservatives are, understand that conservatism finds its roots in monarchism and Burkean philosophy. So fundamentally, they are about having an authoritarian autocrat dictatorship rule over them. They are bootlickers to start with. But they're also professional victims. I mean, that's where it all finds its origin point. Oh, interesting. All right, cool. Got an update on that one. Let's see. Absolutely best line from The Crown. They're entitled upper-class men. The one thing they want most out of life is a good spanking from Nanny. I know, right? All leftists are usually in support of the Second Amendment. That's a misunderstanding. You're mistaking Democrats and neolibs for leftists. Marx himself was in favor of gun rights and said that firearms and ammunition must never be surrendered, and any attempt to do so must be frustrated by force if necessary. We're big fans of the Second Amendment around these parts. Usually average these days 600 to 900 viewers. Beaumont, across the stream. I usually average about 50 to 60 these days, which is perfectly acceptable for me to answer questions and talk to individuals. But hey. Sam, not the moment. I will get back to you, Sam, but not the moment. Aw. Are your fifis hurt, female? I'm just saying. You know, thick skin. Yeah, I know. It's better for leftists to allow the forced hysterectomies at the border. Fucking genocide going on. But hey, whatever. Cool. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me go back to that tab really quickly. There, cool. Ozrip. Basically, we got raided by a bunch of hyper right-leaning. That's what happened. They're not interested in engaging in the dialectic or having an actual conversation. What they're here to do is disrupt. That's their purpose and focus right now. It's a cattle car full of trolls, as it were. Always, you know. Nope, I don't accept donations, and I really prefer if anybody who tries to subscribe to my channel give that money to a charity that they believe in. No, it isn't. You still haven't maxed out my count. And Quifa. You still haven't hit my max number. So, you know. You guys haven't even helped my metrics that much. You can't even do that right. I mean, you can't get the right number to vote for Trump. You can't get the right number for me. I mean, you just can't get the majority, can you? No, it meets the actual literal international and domestic legal definitions of genocide. 100%. I don't know why you watched it. Your willingness to cooperate with that has no impact on my ideological spectrum or beliefs or viewpoints therein. So, I mean, feel free not to watch it next time. Just saying. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make it really not fun for you. No. My media room abuts my, my courtyard. Patriot at North Carolina. Let's see. Serious, honest question, and I'll treat it as such, I suppose, despite everything else that's happening right now. Do you agree with the way the Antifa and BLM people, love that, by the way, really love that wording, are doing what they're doing? Riots, throwing things at police, burning things down, interrupting people who have nothing to do with them, supposedly marching for, etc. Whether I agree with it or not, the historical context for such civil movements is such of private property destruction and societal disruption. The founding of this country, the revolutionary era, was fraught with private property destruction. The 1880s to 1920s labor movements resulted in mass private property destruction and society disruption. The women's suffragette movement, both in the UK and here, had instances of bombing and whippings of public officials and violence and private property destruction. The civil rights movement had it. The gay rights movement had it. This is the historical context for it. So whether I agree with it or not, it is the way things are. It always has been, and it always will be. This country was literally founded upon those very acts. So answered in good faith, Kitty. Shakes the cane at the cloud. 2Rabbit, love it. No, I have a boyfriend, Karen B. Yeah. Sorry. You ever design a monarchy for just shits and giggles? No, I haven't. Zero. It would be an interesting intellectual exercise, though. No, I'm not a Stalinist and I'm not a Maoist. And most people on the left understand that distinction. It's people on the right who don't understand the distinction between Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, anarchism, communism. You know, yeah. Takes a little bit of a political science education, civics education to understand these concepts, generally speaking. No, I don't need a teleprompter. I don't think I actually ever thought Santa was real. Wasn't really a thing for me. Fanciful thinking and speculative thinking. Yes, I am. I'm definitely the guy from the bar in Good Will Hunting. 100%. Those aren't the characteristics of fascism, Olmedic. Umberto Eco has a very good dissertation on that. 14 points or characteristics of fascism or eternal fascism. If you want to actually, you know, educate yourself on the matter. Duly noted, SJW. Duly noted. Yes, Curio. They really are saying the same shit you would expect them to say. It's not even a fun conversation. Oh, Bigfoot, you know you guys didn't engage honestly or in good faith from the very beginning. You know that. Come on. Don't try and play the victim card now. It's so unbecoming. You get it, Ozrip. I know you do. Jesus Christ. Avengers Endgame. The real fraud is that Avengers Endgame wasn't nominated for Best Picture. No, I don't like women's clothing. Although I do think skirts and dresses are more appropriate for men that live in the hotter climates. Because I live out in the desert. There's an argument to be made there. Jesus, of course you do. Cool. Invite to another show. Just had to address it. So what we're gonna do. Yeah. Cool. Cool. All right. Of course I don't drive a Prius, it's a terrible vehicle. Well, Bigfoot, come back another day. That's the best thing I can tell you. Come back another day. We actually were having a wonderful conversation prior to whatever this is. Yeah. Let's see. Scrolling up. Nope, not single. I haven't been single for quite some time. And nope, not spanked. There you go, Bigfoot. God, another terms of service update notice. I hope my sassy feminine side always shows. It's one of the most fun sides. Dude, how do you not love a sassy feminine side? It's only that sort of toxic masculinity that prevents guys from tapping into it. It's one of the most fun things to do. Cool. All right. All right, let's move you to on air. Oh shit, yeah, you really did post a fucking thing, didn't you? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Line, just... I did.
Flowchart and all, look at you.
Oh.
Let's see.
Incredible. Are you able to share like your screen to your stream, or because like if you want to?
I'll put the flowchart on. I'm not gonna put Discord up.
Also, dude, you got a real slow mode there.
Oh, you better goddamn believe it. Do you not see what's going on?
I had no clue.
Oh yeah, it's a bad faith raid.
Well, that's fun. Well, has there ever been a okay, I get it, but like, how many people?
I think about 35.
It wasn't an actual raid, like a literal raid.
No. It's a coordinated from some other point.
Like the Discord version of raiding,
Yeah.
or like brigading in Reddit terms.
Yes.
I hate how like there's such different language from like Twitch to Discord to Reddit. Like,
Dude,
like raiding on Twitch is great, and on Discord it's horrible. Subscribing on Twitch is funny, and on YouTube it's not, and like all that.
The emoji emote thing is the one that always annoys the fuck out of me. It's like, how did we emojicons, emotes, emoji, fucking somebody just pick one and stick to it. Stop trying to rebrand your shit just because you're gonna try and capitalize off of it. Let's see.
What do you think of like that? Of like that just the flowchart itself before you read the info dump.
I mean, it seems like a monarchy. Like that's from what I'm saying. I mean, this is
it's typically an empire with like several nations under it. I actually posted it in r/monarchy. I'm waiting to see the responses. I did not disclaim that I am not a monarchist to the monarchy community, so they may see me as what I posted as unironic, which will be very fun.
Okay. Yeah, that will be an interesting thing. And yeah, for those of you who don't know, there are unironic monarchists actually advocating to this day. And I mean, some of them are Trump supporters that you see, King, God Emperor Trump, that sort of shit.
In fact, some of them are not Trump supporters.
Let's see.
No one from Poland.
Just reading
I believe that Poland itself specifically needs a monarchy.
Organizational structure. But yeah, I mean, it seems like this seems like a functioning monarchistic system.
Also, just by the way, like in order to prevent like a King Louis situation, like for example, by the way, I'm just trying to make this into a slightly less broken monarchy because most monarchies are, well, all monarchies are broken. I'm trying to like kind of tape the vase back together, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like in order to prevent like a King Louis situation, the idea is that the imperators and like the Grand Imperator would be serving the empire rather than the nations, and generals and under might be serving the nations. So, like, for example, if a king made like people very angry because he got mad of power, imperators would depose him, put a new king in charge, and that would do three things. First of all, of course, it would obviously get rid of the monarch. It would make the people realize that under the empire they're probably a bit safer from their monarchs, like from their kings, than outside of it. And thirdly, of course, it would simply signal to the other nations that maybe you don't want to fuck with your citizens too much.
No, it was monarchism.
SJW, I don't know. I think Ben Shapiro just so I can test if he's actually bisexual.
There we go. Bigfoot, the Health and Human Services Director went before Congress and literally admitted to at one time losing over 1,500 children. I think it was 1,556 or something like that. But the Health and Human Services Director himself went before a congressional subcommittee and talked about this. So.
Yeah, Kenny, I'm an ironic monarchist in this case. I'm not actually a monarchist. I like it within like stories and such. I feel like monarchy is the best governmental system in a fiction because it has the most intrigue within it usually. Fiction writers, so like I feel like it's really interesting to try and like make a fictional monarchy that is unique, that functions.
Beta, amazing.
We added him. Cat suggested we add him yesterday. So I threw him in.
Oh. Okay, I'm like, that cannot be your voice.
Beta. Beta.
Amazing. Beta.
Oh, let's see.
Great.
All
I feel
right.
very sad because I haven't gotten a single extra comment on my monarchy post.
It's okay. It'll happen
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah, it's only like less than an hour ago. I think this is a pretty small little community, to be honest.
Yeah, well, 100 people in the Discord, but we like to keep it that way.
I'm talking about like the Reddit.
Oh, fucking the monarchists on Reddit. I don't know what the
22K people. Wow, 22,000.
yeah
87 online.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that just keep an eye on it.
Or were all of the accounts born in 1800? That was kind of good. Gets the
Yeah,
odd
and,
reference.
Yeah, and Monarchy itself is a fucking closed Reddit at this point. They closed it a while ago.
Really? Why?
Because I'm brigading.
This one's got like This one's got just like I think there's a post from an hour ago, from 4 hours ago, from 5 hours ago. So it's pretty active 7 hours ago. It's not that like there's posts. There's posts with like up to 30 comments in them. It's not an inactive community, at least. I don't know why I'm happy that monarchy is growing on or that it's happening on Reddit, but
I think it's an indication of the sort of growing right-wing brand of conservatism and a more acceptance of their roots within Burkean philosophies. That, you know, I mean, you're finding a group of conservatives that are finding their origin points and accepting it. Now, I disagree with them philosophically and ideologically, but at least they're investigating academically and intellectually their beliefs, and they're following them to their, you know, logical conclusions.
interesting thing I find is like I feel like most right-wing beliefs that are growing nowadays, I feel as though it's at least partially because they are romanticized in fiction. Like it's like a sort of sociologist type person. Like I'm not literally a sociologist, but I'm an amateur one basically. And I figure like that it's quite likely that like right-wing beliefs such as corporatism, the American dream in relation to that, monarchies like the knights and those stories and such. Like I feel like Tolkien has actually committed. Like I feel like Tolkien has really hurt democracy by like spreading like that, like romanticizing monarchy, which I see is actually a problem within fiction. Make sense?
Yeah. I'm just, hang on. I got a couple of requests from behind the scenes on Discord. There we go.
69 views. Trey just posted that.
Yeah.
And the most recent comment on your post on your stream cap with 69 views, did Biden ever sniffed you?
Seems right.
I say it's fitting.
Yeah, seems right. Let's see. Reverse question, who y'all banging on the right? Oh, that reminds me.
I hate to be forward, but proudly radical. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it is. It's solid.
Talking politicians, I'm thinking I'm not sure.
Biden when he was young.
Maybe AOC, but I feel like it's very, very. It's very like what's the word? Like cliche. Idea that AOC hot, and that's like what all right wingers are saying. So, dang.
You know, I would argue that Biden is a right-leaning centrist, right? So Biden when he was 25, it's fucking hot as hell.
Okay, you can't just change their current age. Now that's cheating.
All right, well, present. I'd have to see a lineup.
Yeah, like if we're saying like in the past, then I might just go Che Guevara, even though he's a fucking homophobe. So I don't exactly see how that would happen. Jesus.
Let's see.
Mix of Biden with a beard.
Cory Booker. Hey, Lucy. He's doable. He's up my alley. But he's over on the supposed left, even though he takes money from Big Pharma and shit like that. Which,
Sorry, who?
Cory Booker,
I haven't heard of him.
New Jersey. Hang on.
If you can go back in time on political figures, I have a question. What do you think of like Queen Elizabeth as a person rather than as a monarch?
She seems like an interesting character. I definitely, you know, I mean, the story about her fucking with the sheik who was visiting and was shocked that she could drive, and so she floored it and rattled his fucking cage in the Land Rover to the point where he's like, stop the vehicle, stop the vehicle. She seems like a fun chick.
My favorite story actually is relating to like Margaret Thatcher and her like opposition on like on apartheid and all that, because nowadays I'm pretty sure it's not exactly a very it's not exactly a what's the word it's not like an unknown position to be against apartheid, but like back then Margaret Thatcher, who's supposed to represent the people, is for apartheid basically by being a non-interventionalist in that situation, no sanctions, and Queen Elizabeth, who's literally a monarch, is fighting against the monarch. It's like it's kind of a reversal of the roles, because usually a monarch would not be doing what the people wanted, and a prime minister would be doing what the people wanted, because like they're voted in.
You know, I'm just gonna be ruthless here. It's time to, you know, it's time to be ruthless.
Who? To who?
Everyone, my friend. Everyone.
You're gonna turn it to 5 minutes. I think you can.
Oh, no. No, more than that.
Oh. Subscriber only chat?
Oh, that would be interesting, actually. There we go.
Better emote. Ooh, you just did it. I'm not subscribed.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay. You're on the air.
I'm in voice chat, so that worked. Hey, I am the... What's the word? I'm the bourgeoisie.
Yes, you are the bourgeoisie.
Proletariat.
And so yeah, that's how that just went.
I can just imagine how many people are going to be unfollowing right now. I'm just looking at the view count, waiting for it to drop like the beat or like the the bass.
See if you fuckers can you sync up with the beat? I mean, I know all you white fuckers don't have any rhythm, but try.
I've never heard a white person like say white fuckers in that context.
Yeah.
That type of context.
Right? I got no rhythm, so
Actually, I haven't heard black person say that either, or brown person or
I'm
anyone.
comfortable dropping it because fucking I have no rhythm. So
yeah,
you can choose to give me money, which I'm
then you can chat.
I'm going to give to anarchist organizations. Know that. It's going to literally go to anarchist organizations. So,
Speaking of like have you ever heard of have you ever played like Fallout games like in that series?
oh yeah. Yeah, New Vegas is
Vegas?
New Vegas is best.
Yeah, anyone with any degree of intellect knows that New Vegas is best. Fallout 3 does have like slightly more apocalyptic atmosphere, which can be fun.
If you voted for Biden,
what do you think of-
you're black, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's totally how it works.
Well, a black man just told me that's how it works, so I have to assume that's the way it works.
Yeah. And all you white folks that voted for Biden, you either didn't vote for Biden, or you're black. It's totally how it works. That's it can't not be true. Absolute statements are always true.
Blackness confirmed, SJW.
Like,
It was, you know, I didn't see that one coming, to be perfectly honest. Here's the thing. we actually had some really interesting academic conversations prior to that. Oz came in, and I'm sorry, Oz, you don't. Yeah, Oz can't talk right now, because doesn't have a fucking sub. But I mean, yeah, there's a whole bunch of really interesting philosophical and political ideological conversations that were occurring across a broad spectrum. But then the traditional right, standard conservatism, showed how bad faith it actually operates in, and that the, as evidenced by a whole host of chuds that decided to raid probably because of that person that was arguing in bad faith on Discord that got kicked. I have a feeling had something to do with the organization they're in. And they, they wonder why the left treats them the way they do, is because they do nothing but act in bad faith out of the gate.
They just gotta love like that. Like all the insults you use. Like I when I was like a younger, I used to be kind of like middle libertarian, and I thought like, oh, the left is so PC, ableism, all this, despite the fact that I'm autistic and a bunch of other things. And I'm like, they can't insult anyone. And then I go in this chat and I see like all the insults towards chuds are based around BDSM, and it's just hilarious.
Oh yeah, they're yeah, oh yeah, exactly. And I mean the victim card over and over and over again. It was hilarious how many times they played the victim. Yeah, SJW. Congratulations, gentlemen. Your dicks are now all huge. Downside, though, is your job prospects just plummeted and don't get pulled over. Yeah, well, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. Also, you can now jump 7 feet in the air.
Fuck yeah. Wait, hang on. Let me test that. No. Hang on. Ow, son of a bitch. Let's see. Let's see. Ace, like, bro, can we get through the comment before the next 125 roll in? Yeah, no, I don't, right? Fucking exactly. If we can't see how we see relevant comments and questions when you come in with 900 messages? No, that's the thing. Is I have rarely found somebody on the right. Let's just say that the ratio is something like 90-1. They argue in bad faith. They use
Where do the other 9 go?
What?
Where do the other 9 go?
Oh, who knows? Yeah, oh yeah, 90-1. Yeah, they argue in bad faith. They use inorganic argumentation tactics. They use logical fallacies intentionally, and they do so in an effort to disrupt rather than actually engage in the conversation. And this is the problem, is as evidenced by what just occurred. They make accusations, they project all the time. They say things like, oh, look, the snowflake is crying. Meanwhile, they're constantly complaining about how their feelings are hurt by a whole variety of topics. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I can start believing that. Story relating to that one?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, though, I just realized that when you said 90-1, you meant a ratio, not a percentage, and I feel really dumb. But besides that,
well, I missed your reference.
So, any of you guys
to
like heard of
other 9?
You ever guys heard of Tiberius D? So he's just this political streamer, claims to be like a centrist, like a
you mentioned him the other day.
Type. So just because you lost like 20 views.
Of course.
Wow. She did. I'm gonna mention him a second time because I can go in more detail.
Like I said, they added about 35, so that's what I'm expecting to shed.
Oh, it was all them. Some people were leaving because he went into subscriber only chat.
Mm-hmm. They can't.
I thought they were leaving.
No, they're leaving because they're not allowed to do what they were here to do. They weren't here to engage in the dialectic in good faith. What they were here to do is disrupt. And that is, I mean, we've seen this time and time again with the crybabies that ran into the Michigan State House and attempted to take a fucking governor hostage at gunpoint because masks are
Yeah.
oppressive.
Thank goodness.
They're a bunch of fucking bratty submissives and children. Let's see. Hang on. What do we get?
No offense to submissives. There's a difference between a bratty political submissive and a regular submissive.
You have to be.
Oh, cool. All right, let's put it on the screen. Why not? That should be interesting. It's a weird fucking year. Fucking, we're agreeing with Logan Paul now.
My biggest learnings from all of this, and I'm embarrassed that it's taken me 25 years to realize this. It is not enough to be not racist. You have to be anti-racist.
Yes.
Condemn those who feign superiority because of the color of their skin. Friends, hold friends accountable. Hold your family accountable. Hold yourself accountable. And most importantly, we must hold our authorities accountable. Police officers, politicians, policymakers.
Okay, all I'm gonna say is if Logan Paul can come to this conclusion, what's your excuse if you haven't? Like, if Logan Paul got here, if Logan Paul, of all fucking people, figured this shit out, how dumb do you have to be? Or how much of a racist piece of shit? Like, how much of a bigot? You're like, you know what, I just like hating fucking Mexicans. Like,
As Killer Mike said, bully
Further
the
diss on this.
politicians at the voting booth. Make your voice heard. Attend a protest. Speak up against injustice. If you're white, if you look like me, use your privilege. And for those who do not think white privilege exists, you are fucking blind. You are delusional, and you are part of the problem. I can count on 0 hands the amount of times that I have feared for my life at a routine traffic stop. That has never happened. Half of the reason I'm able to get away with some of my hooligan shit I do in my vlogs is because I'm a white kid. I'm confident that I do not have to fear for my life should the cops show up. Acknowledge and weaponize your privilege. I believe we're going to a protest today. You can bet your fucking ass I'll be in the front line. Knowing all this about
helps
America,
he's rich too, by the way.
its racially charged background, its inability to truly treat humans as equals, even after 244 years since its inception. We must now work towards finding the solution. And if you are an influencer or celebrity friend of mine, I hope you are using your platform to continue to spread the message of solidarity and unity. I do not have all the answers.
Here you go, just for you, Mitre.
I am part of the problem. Yeah.
But I know we must now reverse engineer the system as a collective. We must open our eyes and realize that there is only one race, and that is the human race. On behalf of Breonna Taylor, we must change. On behalf of Ahmaud Arbery, we must advance.
Oh, he nailed that one.
And on behalf of George Floyd and the hundreds of others who have been unjustly murdered in this country, we must evolve.
How in the fuck? Dude, 2020 is the weirdest goddamn year. Like, I'm agreeing with Logan Paul.
Well, there's a problem here. The fact that he's the one saying it is probably hurting us, actually. Like, the fact that he's saying that is probably hurting the BLM movement, if I'm going to be completely honest. Like, just, I mean, like, the amount of people that are just going to be like, BLM bad because Logan Paul said it is just going to be astounding, because people can be stupid.
Yeah. All right, so we're back down to sort of a normal territory. 50 is about average for me these days. So we.
It's actually 44 now that I see it.
Yeah, Pestique saying, even a bad guy like him can make a positive impact, and I agree. Even if he changes the minds of a few of his fucking dumbass followers, if they're like, like Logan says it's a good thing, then fine, I'll take the win, right? You take the win wherever you can get it. It's not hurting it. It's only giving him his moment to not get thrown in cancel culture. Ace, I don't think Logan Paul fears being thrown into the cancel culture shit. I really don't. Like, this motherfucker, him and his brother Jake have faced down so many goddamn scandals and controversy at this point. Like, he's, yeah. It's fucking.
It feels though. I feel as though you could actually compare Donald Trump and Logan Paul. Like, Like the more, like if you have so many scandals and you're white, you have to be white for this. If you have so many scandals and you're white, you're probably going to become like immune to scandals, basically. Seems to happen to some people.
Kat, I think that stands true for
So, like,
certain
we
things.
call Donald Trump a
I
criminal
think there's a
lead,
couple
but-
exceptions though. Yeah, after he got away with that shit
Yeah,
in
there are
Japan,
exceptions,
he's
yeah.
immune to being canceled. Exactly. Like this motherfucker doesn't fear being canceled. Like he, like you know, maybe he's doing it because that's the stem and the tide and the direction society is going. And
Maybe he's not racist.
he would rather be on the winning side of history rather than the hey, we're all racist, bigoted assholes side of history, like most of the people who are just in here.
No one's gonna remember Logan Paul in 100 years.
I think you may be shocked as to the digital memory that's being accrued at this point. I think it's gonna get weird.
And like even like, to further compare Trump to Logan Paul, the First Step Act was a first step, and the fact is it was used just to get black voters, and then he fucking had a little panic attack, little crybaby thing once it didn't work. Nonetheless, it still was a first step, and the fact is I don't care that it came from Trump. I care that it did something, and I still hate him. I'm still very glad that he lost.
Maybe he just got scolded by his new girlfriend, says Pestique. That is a distinct possibility. I mean, shit happened with Bill Burr, too. Because Nina, his black girlfriend, she schooled him on a whole host of topics. And you can tell the difference in some of Bill Burr's rhetoric pre-Nina and post-Nina.
That just proves even further that like right-wing conservative guys are subs.
They are. There's literally, there's a psychologist who has looked into this, the conservative obsession with cuckoldry and submissive personality traits that they exhibit all the time. And so, I mean, you know, in the words of fucking JLP,
Beta.
they really are. And it is funny to see it in effect. And what they're really after is someone to just tell them what to do. And this is the roots of monarchism, right? This is the roots of conservatism. This is Burkean philosophy writ large. Life is difficult. Making decisions is difficult. You know, having morals and ethics is a difficult thing to do. And adhering to them because you are going to adhere to them due to your own will, your own psychological choosing, is a very difficult proposition. But you know what isn't? Being told what to do and just doing it. That's really easy.
Mitri, I know that listening to a woman is not being submissive, but tell a conservative that, okay? Just, you get my point?
Yeah, we're talking about something specific, Mitri. Don't chastise him for that. Like, we're talking about a very specific subgroup right now.
We're insulting conservatives. We don't have to be factual about it.
Let's see. Kai, I could have gone the rest of the year without knowing this. Fair enough. But, I mean, you know, you got to learn eventually, Ace. You got to learn eventually.
Jeez, where does that term come from? Pussy whipped. Jesus, that is a term that I rarely hear, but when I do hear it, I have no idea what it means until now.
Yeah. It means so enamored with the pussy that you'll do whatever she says.
Yeah.
That would be the origin of that terminology, my young friend.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, subgroup, exactly. I still think about that JLP Twitter shit. With specific JLP Twitter shit, SJW.
Who is JLP?
Jesse Lee Peterson. He's what this is.
Amazing.
And
Beta.
that's who that is. He is a... He's a black conservative, religious talking head with a radio show and a YouTube channel. And he's interesting. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. It's some of the craziest takes you've ever heard will come out of his mouth. Interesting is putting it nicely, Ace. I know, right? Yeah. You know, there we go.
Dimitri, what do you mean by that, buddy?
Let's see. Oh, I just pulled up the exact post SJW that he liked. It's interesting what he's into. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, no, that's definitely interesting. What type of gay porn, subset gay porn he's into? That's let's see, where can I put it? I can put it on Discord. If anybody wants it, it's on shared content in Discord. If you want to say, if you want to see what JLP's into. Yeah, this is a dude who openly talks about how, Jesus, how many how many YouTube accounts and channels do I have? Because I've gotten so many terms of service updates from them right now.
Oh.
You could say he's a child of the lie. Curiosity ain't a crime. Hey, yeah, La Nina stormed Bill Burr's head. Who said climate change was not a thing? Exactly, Pestique. Sorry you're not in here. Mitre, do you wanna
Speaking of Petersons, that first name starts.
do you wanna take care of Pastique?
What?
Like, I don't know if we can do that. Without him being in chat already, but okay, no, he's fine on Discord. All right, cool. It's just the way it's got to be.
Just a reminder, you might want to remove the subscribers only thing eventually.
Yeah, eventually. But not anytime soon. I feel like it's.
So what do you think of like Jordan Peterson?
I think he's fine within. Okay, I think he's acceptable within his field of expertise. He's a clinical psychologist.
I strongly disagree on that one.
But I mean, that's why I moderated fine to acceptable. Passable, I suppose, is a synonym for acceptable. But as for his social commentary, I find him, sorry, Miche, problematic. At the very least. And if not, if not just problematic, but a pipeline to things like Shapiro and, Crowder, which is then a pipeline to, more extreme versions of that right-wing ideological spectrum.
It's a train track. It's a railroad with stops on the way.
Yeah.
What I noticed, is I feel as though I do notice that he is trained clinically, but I don't see that in his books and stuff. I see that in his debating. I see him manipulating people in his debating. That's where I see his skills, his psychological skills, I guess, his knowledge go in. He's just getting people to not know what to say and shit, and he's good at tricking people to think he's right.
Pestique, Kronstadt was a necessary evil for the Russian Revolution. Not sure I can change your mind on that. I'm uncomfortable with necessary evils, but I also I understand where you're coming from. And fun fact, Kronstadt Industries is the weapon designer in the World of Hitman reboot series 2016, 2018, and 2021 coming up soon. That
is interesting.
They are the weapon designers of the sort of plot. And I was trying to be provocative. I mean, not as after what I've dealt with Pestique today and yesterday, not even close. Not even close to being provocative. We had somebody come through that was advocating actively and emphatically, and almost with religious fervor for Haxaism, Albanian communist anti-revision Stalinism is what Haxaism really is. It's fucking insane. But
I'm gonna have to go.
All right, cool. It's been lovely. Have a good one, man.
Just as I leave, last word. SDW. There's more than one problem with Jordan Peterson. Just a quick thing. Anyway, I'll see you around.
All right, cool. Catch you later, Zero. I'm gonna disconnect out of voice chat. Then we're gonna lock the preview back up. Back to the top. Let's see. Going back to the fundamentals like known territory, getting your mark back like in the known pattern. Anyway, back to the top of the day. Okay. Thank you, Pastique. Thank you. All right. Much better. Much better. Much better. Hey, Sue. You got the wrong French video last time. Pastique, by the way, I lifted it. So you know. You did, Zero. You're fine. Sue. Wanna jump on air? I have space tonight. It's been a weird one. Hey, Sir Stan. Actually, I'm gonna do that ahead of time because I know it will inevitably. He'll come a knocking. There he goes. What's up, brother?
Hello.
Hey, let me play with your volume a little bit here. There we go.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I just dialed you up a bit. Yeah. I had to turn on subscriber only chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we got bad faith rated. We got like brigaded by just 35 or so right-wing chuds.
Oh, lovely.
Rasta saying, Kai, lots of people being targeted on Twitter today also. Yeah, about 35 is what I put it at, based on what I managed to shed with subscriber only chat.
Yeah, I got one guy that came in, Scrub Lord, talking about how indigenous people were so primitive and we should be grateful that white colonizers.
Hey, grazie. Rastadamus is paying for the gift they got from Axel Ranger to GOP Pastique. There we go. Just cleaning a little, just cleaning. A couple of them managed to hang on that long.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we're just gonna clean a little bit. You know, occasionally you got to clean out your closet, right? You got to sweep the floor. You got to take the trash out. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I didn't get super rated. I just got one show up. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever, dude. I guess you didn't learn history properly, did you?
Kaiser, it was a bit of a headache, but it was more entertaining than anything else, quite frankly. Have a good one, SJW. Good luck with
sleep, SJW.
Good luck with the work stuff. Yeah, basically, as Kat put it, you know, dialogue trees. Literally everything they said was predictable. There was,
of course.
It was, okay, so not literally everything, but I'd say 98%, 99% of it was legitimately predictable. And so, they're the same talking points you expect out of all these tools. And it's, you know, of course, all done is a disruption tactic and a bad faith effort. And there we go. And of course, you know, racism, anti-Semitism. Oh, then I turn it back on.
Old garbage. Regurgitating garbage that, like, literally is just dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
And
It's
proven to be
highly
completely
predictable.
Wrong time and time again.
It's, you know, like I said, they don't actually want to engage. They don't want to have a conversation. That's not what they're about. They're anti-progressivists, right? They're conservatives. They're about the status quo. And so essentially they want to be told what to do. and they want to just keep everything the way it is.
Well, of course.
It's
Doesn't matter to them whether or not that bites them in the ass or not.
Oh yeah, no, they're perfectly happy to be kicked in the nuts by the their autocratic leadership, as long as somebody else gets kicked in the nuts too.
Yeah. And hopefully they can find someone to subject to be more kicked in the nuts than them.
Yeah, and of course the whole time playing victim.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely that's always the calling card is see the liberal tears. How dare you make fun of me?
You see, it's the same thing. Now, when we take a look at slavery, they had the house slave and the farm slave.
Yep, they're perfectly content to be in the house.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the truth of the matter is as well, you know, so long as I'm getting a roof over my head, then I'm fine with, you know, my share of oppression as long as they get more oppression than me.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not only pathetic, it's sad, right? It's sad more than anything else that you're like, how do you not see your way through this? You know, yeah, when you lose a debate against Logan Paul, you need to interrogate your life choices. Dude, yeah, with 2 videos today of fucking Logan Paul making sense. And we're like, if Logan Paul is making more sense than you fuckers, I mean, like, seriously, it's time to reevaluate your life choices.
Oh, I got my guys in my stream today to sit for over an hour and a half listening to Mark Charles talk about the discovery and law of discovery.
Oh, yeah, which is absolutely fucking, you know, insane based on the fact that, you know, Indians are legally not recognized as people, therefore the law of discovery doesn't apply to them. So anybody who quote unquote discovers the land, meanwhile there's a dude literally standing on it, doesn't count.
Yeah. So we went, and he like literally went back all the way back to biblical times and brought it all the way back from biblical Jesus times all the way to today.
Hey.
In an hour and a half.
Sometimes you got to do that. I mean, sometimes you got to talk about the law of discovery.
Law of discovery, yeah. Discovery, yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah.
Good quotation, Kaiser. Good quotation use.
Yeah, Curio, the meek may inherit the earth, but the belligerent, ignorant inherit the girth. Am I right? I'm gonna fuck them all. Yeah, Curio, you streaming tonight? Because I sure hope so, because you know what I'm doing after this.
You're gonna raid his ass?
No, I'm gonna,
Oh, go and chill out at his too? We're all gonna go over and harass Curio?
No, I'm just gonna get, legitimately think homoerotic sex may convert some of those people. I think so too. Canaan was in Egypt at the time. They never escaped Pharaoh. Bible is fake news. Fake news. Yeah, starting in about an hour.
We understand the Bible is fake news.
No,
we get it.
Yeah, no. He's fucking around.
People that are like the 1% in capitalists and colonialists, and they're little monkeys that literally believe the Bible is gospel and it is real, and they are the predecessors of how they managed to do the biggest hoax and biggest coup in the world by convincing people that they are important and that we cannot survive without them.
Yes, AMND. I mean, there's some historical content within them that is accurate to a certain degree or another, but yeah, for the most part, I call them magic books. Which is, I suppose, you know, a more pointed yet accurate term for them. The magic books. Yeah, they're fucking. It's some Harry Potter bullshit up in there, right? Like there's no way getting around it. There's a whole host of content in those books that is just undeniably false. They make claims that there's no evidentiary trail to back it up. So, I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Cheerio.
What is it? A snake made a lady eat a fruit, then she noticed her pussy, so now babies go to hell unless you dust their ass with water blessed by a sex offender. What could be fake about that? Fair. Battle, hang on. Are they bad or are they worth having? A lot of people in the world use them to progress in life. Flip the coin, right? The damage they've done basically at least negates the good they've done. It's sort of a wash at best, which I would say is probably not a great track record. I mean, if statistical chance is your winning record, then it's not really much of a win, is it? So if you do it in a fashion, if you use those books in a fashion that is secularized, sorry, it's been a long stream, and you don't take them too seriously, then, all right, maybe. But there's a lot of really odious beliefs in those books that make it very easy to fuck with people on a level that generally people don't find it acceptable to fuck with others. It gives excuses and reasons that are, genocidal. I mean, there's no way around it, is genocidal.
Aristotle was one of those ones that helped bring in the whole genocidal context. Then you have Abraham Lincoln, who was also another one. Oh, rival got himself deleted message.
Oh, hang on.
What do you do now?
No. I didn't mean to click that. Wonderful. Oh, Jesus Christ. I fucked this entirely. Son of a bitch. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna have to rely on that.
I was sent here from Crooked Nose Stream. He said to attack you. Oh, Crooked Nose. Whoever Crooked Nose is. Is that like pork tongue?
No, it's a reference to Jews.
Oh God.
All right. So let me just hang on. Let me do some stuff here. There we go. All right, I'll keep this. Go from here. And then there we go. Let me refresh that. All right, cool. Christina, Mitre, no mercy. Any account that's brand new, anybody who followed within the who followed 1 hour ago, they're gone.
Christina and Neat have been let off the leash. Woohoo! It's about to get rowdy. I love it.
Okay. So yeah, I completely borked my
We were talking about whether or not these supposedly holy books were of any actual help. Or if they were just, in fact, the genocidal tools used throughout history.
Crooked Nose Media is restreaming you on Facebook. Interesting. Well, then, okay, hang on. I know what to do in that case. Let's put my feed on. Put my links up. Thanks for the free advertising.
No, keep them up, Kai. Keep them up.
Yeah.
Keep those up. If he's gonna stream your stream and without your consent or permission, and then sends someone here apparently to attack you, keep them up. Free advertisement. Fuck him. Hey, look, Facebook. This guy's doing copyright material that's streaming this stream right now. That's a TOS violation. Haha, dumb fuck.
Like I care.
Wait, I'm not.
Yeah, like I care about that shit. But either way, so hi to whoever the fuck runs that account. I mean, Jesus Christ, you anti-Semitic piece of shit. Like, hang on, let me look up this piece of shit.
On Face Crack.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fucking photo. You can't post until October 26th. This is because you posted things that don't follow our community standards more than once. Like, this fucker's been run up the flagpole a few times.
And now he's continuing it on, thinking that he's cool. But look at me, how cool I am.
Interesting. Well, it's okay. I mean, generally speaking, let's see.
Hey, way to go, Stan.
No, brand new account gone. There we go. Brand new account. You got more viewers than the Crooked Nose Cuck. Let's see. Oh yeah, I paused that. Ban. Cool. All right, there we go. And just dealing with that. Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
You're getting slow.
I couldn't imagine having such fucking pathetic penis envy. That, I mean, this is what you're dealing with, right? You're dealing with people who just want to be told what to do and feel inferior on some level. And as such, they utilize the internet to engage in the Dark Tetrad, set of personality disorders.
Yeah,
it's weird. You have an anti-fandom already. I know, right? Right? Like, these fuckers are the ones responsible for the Howard Stern syndrome.
Hey, cat.
There we go. Yes, Sir Stan. Fucking Jack or Juan or whatever his name was. I already forget who he was. But yeah. But these kind of pathetic individuals, they'll spin up new accounts. Like, I know that. They'll spin up new accounts in an instant because, let's face it, they literally, despite them like, oh, we're productive members of society, this is what they're doing with their Wednesday evening. Is literally like watching a restream of a anarchist stream on Twitch through a Facebook racist, bigoted profile. I mean, talk about a level of losership that I can't even imagine achieving. Let's see.
Thanks, GOP. And don't worry, I get that you disagreed with on some stuff, but I'll win you back over. Don't worry. You will. You will be won back over to the indigenous side of the world.
Whether I agree or not with the COVID lockdowns ramping up, it's because of fucking people who behave like children who can't wear a fucking mask because an inconvenience equals oppression. And I've never experienced actual oppression. So they behave like fucking petulant children, and they refuse to behave the way they should. And as a result, we have to deal with this bullshit. Well,
Penis envy is overrated. Hey, there are some that are, chestnuts envied. Not just penis envy, but chestnuts envy too.
I think that's more directed at you from Pistique.
What's that? What I disagree on might be touchy, I think.
French colonialism is different than U.S. one. Yeah, I don't look. I can't. I don't have a fucking Facebook account.
GOP, I have to say honestly, all three of them are just as much colonialization and genocidal as each other. There's no difference in my mind or my sight that there's any difference in them at all.
Fair enough. Yeah, you're in agreement on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, sure, the impact is different, but not very much. It's still the basic foundation and principles, right?
Cool.
Annihilation of an entire race so that you can enjoy, the 1% can enjoy ripping off everything from the planet.
Oh, hang on. All right, so what is the hottest take we can do? All right. Oh,
We'll discuss that later, GOP.
Here's the thing. Christianity is, or at least Jesus, is inherently advocating for a form of communism. And the nuclear family as a concept, one, is false. And two, when done correctly, takes a communistic form. It literally follows Marxist guidelines from each according to their ability to each according to their need. This is how families should run. And Jesus himself was a massive hater of the moneyed, the wealthy, the privileged. And so basically Christianity in its foundational form, at least before it was perverted by a whole bunch of Western whites, was Middle Eastern communism. There we go. Just wanted to drop that one.
And GOP, the 1% isn't still inherent to capitalism. The 1% is capitalism. There's a difference. Inherent to capitalism means everybody else but the 1%.
Just checked out that dude. He has a fridge temp IQ. Lovely. Nuclear family less than extended. Oh, yeah. 100%. And yeah, Jesus was 100% communist.
Yeah, Jesus was 100% communist.
God loves you so much, he created hell just in case you don't love him back. It's, that I'm a fan of the old opinion that if God does exist, if the Abrahamic deity does exist, he owes me an apology. Like, that's straight up. Like, what would you have to say to God? I'd say, where's my fucking apology?
Feudalism, yeah, GOP will. I don't really want to get into the conversations we had on my stream onto Kai's. And we can definitely talk more about that at another time. GOP.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes.
Battle, I don't know what you asked. Hang on. All I see is answer pleases.
Love you though, GOP. And yes, we will continue that conversation.
It's inherently authoritarian, inherently exploitative, and inherently hierarchical. Trailhead. That's the problem. Yes, as Kat put it, theft and coercion. Oops. Didn't mean to close that. Didn't mean to close that.
Yeah, I'm presently in the process of trying to get the people in my community to help me to get Mark Charles on for an interview on my show.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah. So, if you would mind co-opting this help in effort to get word to Mark Charles to
Oh, so
get on to my...
wait. Okay, hang on. I have
Like he kept saying, like, "Oh, Trump lost."
I have the genius. I have the 27 people watching him.
Yeah, I'm presently in the process of...
Oh, I get to see this fat piece of shit. Sorry, not fat shaming, but I am.
Coffee.
Oh, hang on. I need to move up my link. It's not quite on screen.
One of his people.
Central
So you see
America
the two
before
things on the top there?
recolonization.
I guess he has like somebody brought in like a call.
There we go. I'll bring up my
Is this guy now talking about? Yeah, I guess he has someone brought it from a call.
Yeah, oh yeah. Let's see. Hang on. I'm just gonna do some stuff here. Wait. Okay, hang on. I have the genius. I have the 27 people watching him.
The 27.
Oh, I get to see
28.
this fat piece of shit. Sorry, not fat shaming, but I am.
Fat.
Oh, hang on. I need to move up my link. It's not quite on screen.
Central America before recolonization.
He said fat piece of shit.
There we go. I'll bring up my Let's see.
Is this guy now talking about? Yeah, I guess he has someone brought it from a call.
Yeah, oh yeah. Live performance. Hang on. Just gonna do some stuff here. There we go. Other. There we go. Tire. Just submit this. Get a few fucking strikes going. 28. Nope, back down to 27.
Oh my god. Put it up on the screen. Oh no, wait. Don't want it.
You want to see him?
Yeah, let's see this fucking fat piece of shit.
Let's see. There he is. Down there in the bottom left-hand corner, hiding behind a fucking shitty mic.
Get those strikes going. For somebody who's all about anarchy,
Nope, back down to 27.
sure likes to tell on people and follow rules, huh? Dork.
Oh my god.
You're the one who's. Hey, dude, why don't you come on my air and fucking have a good faith conversation about our ideological differences rather than be a little
The
bitch?
fat piece of shit. There you go. Good job. Get those
Brutus
strikes going.
21.
For
Aww.
somebody
Left-hand
who's
corner,
all
hiding.
about
Nope,
anarchy,
back down to 27.
about anarchy,
Hey Ace.
sure likes to tell on people and follow rules, huh?
You're the one who's. Hey, dude, why don't you come on my air and fucking have a good faith conversation about our ideological differences rather than be a little bitch?
We came in because your about section says, "Come on in, let's talk." So people had questions to ask you.
You know you didn't do that. You know
But
you
for
did a
being
bad faith
such an
action right out of the
anarchist,
gate.
You really want to follow those rules, huh?
Uh,
Kind of hypocritical of you, don't you think? You don't see us sitting here trying to catch shit on you to get.
You know anarchism isn't about a lack of rules or a lack of organizational structure.
We're sitting here watching you, trying to catch you on shit to use against you because we're racist chuds and we don't have anything better to do, considering that we can't even go inside and have a conversation with people or have a debate because we don't have any intelligence. Like, oh my God. Hey, are you balding?
Oh, of course he is. That's
not-
that's usually why people wear the ball caps.
Oh my God.
Anyway.
Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute.
So what do we got?
Why do I Cali girl towards the end there?
Very similar to the same way they work in today's day and age. Yeah, if you have to use someone else's stream to strike a conversation on your stream and viewers, do not get mad when we watch you and call you out for it. I know, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Account created literally a couple of months ago. Don't care. If you come in at this moment with an account that was created within a few months ago, yeah. Battle, although I'm okay with talking to. So in this anarchistic society that you wait, oh, did I miss Nano? Yeah, hashtag Cat, what is your Cash App? We'll see if we can't get these fuckers to donate some money.
Yeah.
Anyone wanna spend some money to get my non-binary mixed race mod money to emigrate out of this country? I mean, you could literally get him out of the country. Like, so let's get that going. Put your money where your mouth is. $AnarchoCat. ANARCHOCAT. You can get one of those degenerates right out of the country. So let's get that going. Curio, you got a Cash App you want to plug as well? Actually, let's hang on. Let's do that. Yep. Give me your Cash Apps. Let's fucking yeah. Oh yeah, it's total capitalism. We're gonna fucking hey, they're in support of it, not me. Let's take advantage of these people in the same way that the Gosperity Prospel people do, right? You can't fix stupid. Let's take advantage of it. Jet Black EMP. Just leave, Battle. Just leave. There we go. All right. You can give some money and get rid of some degens at the same time. Look at that. Do your civic duty. Come on. Put your money where your mouth is. You want to get rid of some of these degens? You want to get rid of some of these leftists? There's literally leftists asking for money to get out of the country. You could kick them out with your hard-earned dollars, and you don't even have to give that money to the tax man, right? You could send it on over through a capitalistic organization such as Cash App. They'll take their cut, as is any good private business interest, and you can help fund a leftist relocation program. I would imagine that's your patriotic duty. Sadly, I don't trust your banking system with my 36 cents. Sad investment as cash money depreciates. Yep, buy them plane tickets. Yep, exactly, Lucy. I just got back in. Fucking love it. Put up or shut up, chuds. Me, Trey, saying you should see some of the photos of these hicks. Their comments are hilarious. Don't make fun of hicks. We like them around these parts. Curio's well, he's a southerner. I don't know if I'd call Curio a hick. Curio spending his on weed and OnlyFans subs. Fair enough. Fair enough. And yeah, if you want to share some of that on the back end Discord, by all means, that would be amusing nonetheless. Yep. Okay. Curio goes with hillbilly. Oh, Trailhead. Do you not understand satire and comedy at this point? I'm making fun of these people, and I'm using their own ideological hypocrisies against them. The fact that they follow a supposed Lord and Savior who is against the rich, who is for giving up all their wealth, and yet they follow people like Gosperity. They follow ideologies like Gosperity Prospel. I'm literally doing a fucking routine now. Hoosier, not hillbilly. Fair enough. From Ace. Let's do...
It's not Hoosier. I think that's Hoser.
No, it's Hoosier.
Oh. Very close to the Canadian word hoser, which isn't a compliment.
Yeah, it's a different thing. It's Indiana.
Hey, twin.
Yeah, he's been here for a while actually. Yeah, plus technically I'm not begging for currency. The people you linked are. Yeah, none of these are mine. I don't want your fucking money. Quite frankly, I'm probably in a better position than most of you watching this, to be perfectly honest. Two Rabbits says, sup, Sue?
Yeah, bruh. Get your ass on up in here. If Kai don't mind.
Yeah, if you want to come on air, Sue. Sorry, if you want to come on air, Rabbits, by all means.
Come on up. Come on in, Mikola.
Yeah, and oh yeah, Cat really will move out of the country. He will straight up leave.
I can do it, GOP. I can do it, and I don't mind. No, I've been half lurking. No. Come on in.
200,000 cases a day virtually is guaranteed after Thanksgiving, says Ghost. Yep. Yeah, and I believe it. I think the petulant children of this country will not behave themselves. They will travel. They will congregate, and they will make it worse and worse and worse. I have perfect faith in Americans to do just that. In the words of Churchill, Americans, you can always count on Americans doing the right thing after they've tried everything else. Let's see. All right, cool.
Actually, GOP, you're probably right on that. Yeah, I won't move from the country, as the notion of country might be subject of discussion. Exactly.
That, and I mean, you know, the border moved over him, not him moved over the border territory.
Exactly.
Yeah, we got multiple people. I'd happily move the fuck out.
I'm not American. I'm indigenous. I'm from the Hutzpapa Dakota Nation, sovereign nation.
You are gone. You are gone. I'm thinking UK or Germany. I mean, Joe'd love to have you in Germany. So, definitely that. Nope. And hang on. Yeah. Let me check a couple of account statuses here. There we go. All right. Moving out and quarantining in a lower COVID rate country is 290 IQ. I have problems with borders too regarding Palestine and South Sahara, but I'm pretty sure borders in the U.S. are sketchy. Those lines are too straight. Straight borders are generally proof of something sketchy going on. Yeah, it's usually proof of some sort of imperialistic action.
Yeah.
And it's usually somebody who drew a line. And you can usually count on the British Empire for a lot of that shit. You want a problematic border region, look into British imperial history, and chances are you'll find some problematic border regions.
Yep.
No. Let's see. There we go. Cool.
Jeffrey, you have hairy legs? Oh my God.
Oops. There we go.
Well, Canada put itself over top of me and my nation. I didn't put myself over top of Canada or United States. They put themselves over top of me.
We're responsible for Africa and Middle East. Yeah.
Any legal standpoint or right either. So, yeah.
Yeah, indigenous rights and indigenous cultural or geographical heritage, shall we say, is definitely an issue. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. Do you think? No, I don't think China gave the world COVID on purpose to prevent their collapse like the Soviet Union. They weren't nearing collapse. I mean, they were due to the Trump administration's lack of foresight and withdrawing from the TPP, which is problematic in its own ways. But the withdrawal from the TPP allowed for China to corner a economic bloc involving 26 countries and 30% of the global economy. And they just finalized that deal. You're going to see tariff-free trading to the tune of tens of trillions of dollars. So it definitely is, yeah, they were doing fine. Let's just put it that way.
Well, France has a lot to say about things that don't necessarily belong to them or anything either, so I don't know.
I don't know what Ghost, what were you trying to say? Because that was kind of mangled language there in chat. But no, I don't think China intentionally gave the world. I'm not a conspiracy theorist like most of the right wingers that you'll find.
I have a conspiracy theory for you.
Shoot. Me, Trey. Send me some.
The world,
Good.
China didn't give the world COVID. It was the pharmaceutical companies that couldn't extrapolate their wealth out of China that gave the world COVID.
Yeah, I don't agree with that one either, but hey, whatever. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't, it would stand to reason. I mean, the pharmaceutical companies have gone and done all kinds of things to different countries that do not buy into their just maintain drug supply so that they can continue on getting rich off of that rather than the cures, right?
Yeah, exactly, Pistique. I mean, but then I guarantee you some of these fucking genius, like galaxy-brained speculative thinkers, that's what I call conspiracy theorists, the speculative thinkers, would tell you that they have the cure, they're just not releasing it and that sort of thing.
I don't know if they have the cure or not, but I put nothing past capitalists.
That's a fair position to take, actually. We go. Nope, wrong one. There we go.
Hey, Christina. The only conspiracy theory I believe in is Stalin fomenting a coup to get in power. GOP. GOP, I have to tell you, Stalin, and there's another individual, and actually a few individuals here that can back that up too. Stalin actually, the manifestos that Stalin went off of actually came from indigenous way of life, but Stalin kind of tweaked it to his own accord and bastardized it.
Pistique, are you talking about the Lenin letter or the Stalin letter? Because there is a letter involving Lenin that condemns the actions that Stalin was taking. Yeah, Lenin said no. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we're going down that route.
Okay. God, yeah. How much political power is over protection from other instead of everything else. Everything else kills a lot more.
Yeah, crazy how much political power is over protection from the other instead of everything else. Everything else kills a lot more. Stalin bastardized pretty much everything he touched. I know, right? And then you have like the Huxism, Sam up in here, advocating for an anti-revisionist Stalinism for all intents and purposes, which is just insane. Yes, Rasta, we're going to continue. I mean, IPCC report all universally agrees that, we're going to continue to see spread of viral outbreaks. We're going to continue to see an ever increasing level of pandemics, global fires, sea rise, droughts, heavy rain seasons, depending on the region that you're in. Good luck, depending on where you came from. Yep, more storms.
Hey, what does it mean by galaxy brain? Is that like an insult or is that like?
Yeah, it's a meme. So basically it's a reference to people who, or it's a multi-paneled meme series, but basically it's saying that the biggest take that one can have, the largest, fucking galaxy brain rather than, big brain. Yeah, it's sort of a way of sardonically or sarcastically referring to someone as a genius. That you're like, oh yeah, he's a fucking genius.
Okay, well, someone referred me as that.
It is possible to use it in a non-ironic manner, but it's very rare, these days at least.
Yeah, because someone used that when they were like trying to give me a shout out.
Okay. Then if they were, if they're nice to you, then yeah, they weren't using it sarcastically. But I have to say, probably 4 out of 5 times I see it these days, it's being used sarcastically.
So Galaxy Brain would be like, I'm coming from a completely intelligent take on what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like if you're referencing like the subject on which you're
large-minded, broad-minded, expansive take. But again, like I said, 4 out of 5 times these days I see it used sarcastically rather than in good faith. I just learned the expression a drango and a buck Ijit today, and giving these insults to all of you guys. Pestique, could you give me the information behind them? What is the origin point? How are they intended to be used? What do they mean? That'd be great, because it's always fun to have a new insult to use, especially if they're, from another culture entirely. Drango is Australian. It means idiot, basically. All right. That sounds like something the Aussies would say, quite frankly. Drango. Buckajit is from... oh, God. Then that's definitely not how it's pronounced. It's from Northern Ireland. It means idiot, too. What's... Buck Egypt. Yeah. Egypt is like an Irish phonetic version of idiot. Egypt. All right. I hear it now.
All right. Are we getting another follower? Is that what
it's, it's Drongo. All right. Not Drango. It's Drongo. Correction from the Aussie contingent. Okay.
Are they still watching us?
Oh, of course they are. He's got nothing better to do.
Oh my God.
I guarantee they are. I haven't checked. I stopped paying attention to that shit. But, what was I gonna? Oh yeah, that's what I was about to do. Yeah. All right. So that's what I wanted to do from there. And where's my dashboard? Here's my dashboard.
Like, you have to think, what kind of, like, if you don't know the person and you're not friends with them, what kind of a fool and an idiot do you have to be to sit there and hate stream someone else's channel on your channel?
Because the hate activates the limbic response, and the limbic response becomes a feedback loop, and you can addict yourself to it. So basically what they're doing is they're getting a dopamine hit by doing it. Yeah, there's a very real biophysiological feedback loop that he's feeding into by doing that. And so it becomes an addiction unto itself. Yeah, I don't know what that. Yeah, oh yeah, voyeurism. It's very fetishistic too. Oh, can I? I'm gonna leave your guys' well, let's see. Where's my? Yeah, I'm gonna turn. Oh, that. Sorry, turn the wrong thing off there for a second. Have a good night, Brooke. Love you as always.
Good night, Brooke.
Lucy saying, I just jerk off, but yeah, I guess being a Nazi hits the spot for some people, for certain people. Some of those wankers are watching. How do you feel about it? Well, let them watch. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Howard Stern syndrome, right? There's that old fucking thing about how the average Howard Stern watcher would watch for 45 minutes, but the average Howard Stern hater would watch for an hour and would listen for an hour and a half, right? There you go. Like, these fuckers streamed for a while.
Come on, Ace. You know you love it. Hey, Gob.
I got some.
Nazis jerking off to gay dude. Pretty weird and unexpected.
All right, you were here another day. You know what? A Rick is somebody who argues in bad faith, who sits in chat and just argues with no content, saying things like, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, that's stupid. You're wrong. That's stupid. That's a Rick. It's someone who is not going to actively engage in the dialectic, who is going to use the lowest form of rhetorical device in order to disrupt rather than actually contribute. They are the person who would rather knock the sandcastle over than build the sandcastle. That's what a Rick is. Do you think Biden should step down and AOC should be... No, that's not even an option. Whatever. Should be that an AOC should be nominated as president. Democrats going to be split between Trump and their nominee in 2024. That I don't even know what 2024 is going to look like at this point. I mean, the level of shitfuckery that neolibs can get up to in the next 4 years. It definitely. Yeah, you're not a Rick, Ghost. And by the way, Rick is a very real person. This is Rick.
I am part of the problem. Yeah.
That is Rick. That's actually Rick. He's a very real person. He is the origin of the rule. He comes from the podcasting days. And so, yeah. Yeah, but you are not a Rick. You are a thorn in many leftist sides. I love how so this racist fucking shit, Crooked Nose Media, just Jesus Christ. He calls it Wednesday Night Patrols. That was his stream name. Like, this is this militarization within the right wing. They think that they're out there on active duty or something.
Oh my God.
Yes, the final Rick stream really kicked off the Twitch. It really did. Let's see.
I thought Facebook was like working to get rid of all of these fucking.
No, Facebook is part of the problem, and we all know it.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. There we go. All right.
Yeah, I feel you, Ace. I feel you.
Oh, I know, Mitrai. I know. I was just looking at it. Yeah. Let's see. The right wing just like to LARP as if they're military. I know, coming from, you know, deep Second Amendment gun FFL family territory, I'm more than familiar with this weekend warrior syndrome that they have going on. They all think that they're going to be like the militia member who, I don't know, fights off the fucking commie invasion or some shit like that.
Chat, he doesn't have the balls to do a call-in. He's not interested in doing a call-in. He's just interested in trying to get his 5 seconds of fame on Facebook.
Hang on. Dealing with some code behind the scenes here really quickly. Yep, send it. Discord members, check the comments. And do that. What do we got? Oh, I need to update Discord too while we're at it. I need to update I need to modify the webhook. There's a few things that I need to do on my code-based backend, but I'll get to it one of these days. I just finished updating the website the other day. Let's see. There's some sort of, let's see. Hang on. There we go.
Thumbusters, slap his bitch ass mouth on Facebook. It's due to the fucking rat. That's funny.
What do we got? What do we got? We got. There we go. Cool. Yeah, commie invasion never happened in America, but the USA did send their armies to Russia once. There we go. Cool. All right. Got that done. I should do a code stream one of these times. A centrist or second to fascism and being the worst. Dude, I would argue, I mean, Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail, right? Straight up calls out white moderates as worse than Klan members. I mean, there's an argument to be made that it's those that acquiesce, those that enable that racist minority, that bigoted minority that are the more problematic group than the bigots and racists themselves. Because without that tacit agreement, then generally society wouldn't have conformed to those beliefs.
Oh, he's trying to get his people on Twitch to raid, and most of them are going, no, don't raid him.
Oh,
and they're talking about tattletaling. Meanwhile, they're committing a crime.
It's a really easy way to get your channel banned.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're hesitant to do it, is they know those bad faith raids on Twitch are directly against terms of service and the community guidelines. It is one of those things. So, you know. The ones that are in favor of it will come over on their own individually And then that's how that will work. Yes, and Twitch will have a clear report of those tactics. Like, it's not something you can hide behind. It came from your account, it happened, and you will have one channel that will confirm that this is exactly what happened, and you will have the other one saying, you know, you will have the evidence on the other channel of the discussion of it leading up to it. So it is, yeah, it's definitely an easy way to get caught in a bad faith raid. He's obsessed with you, to be to be honest. Of course he is. I'm gorgeous, and he's probably got latent homosexual tendencies. That's all.
I like that. Now they're asking, what crime is being committed, you fat piece of shit? Wow.
Oh, I need to mark those. Cool.
The right likes to... Yeah. Little Bob Barker in the background. Hey, look at the bald fat piece of shit. Why don't you grow some hair so I can have fun?
Gotta have something to hold on to.
And farthest thing from an anarchist or anything on the Holy family. Aww. Yeah, I gotta have something to hold on to. What a fucking loser. Yeah, harassment is a crime.
That is Nitro Fun Warp Zone. Pastique. Yeah. Now it's the beginning was fun. Now it's pedestrian. No argument. Hey, Ginger. What's up, my man? Oh, Lynx. Have you been here for the fun?
Uh-oh.
No, we don't need it at this moment. What's up next? Oh, Muzz. That's to you, Crooked Nose. That's to you. That's me blowing a kiss to you. I know you find me just irresistible. I mean, you're the one restreaming me. This is clearly a voyeuristic one-way street. It's a bit odd, but I'm not gonna kink shame you. It's cool. If you wanna, if you wanna sit there and like hate jerk to me, that's fine. I'm okay with it. Whatever gets your rocks off, everybody's got to get their gotta get their shit in. Sometimes you just got to rub one out to some random, Twinkie gay anarchist. I know that. Like, sometimes you got to get weird. Get weird. You guys do you. Over here on the left, we won't kink shame you for that shit. It's over there on the conservative right that they'll get all fucking weird about it and like, eh. Of course, this is why a disproportionate amount of interracial porn is viewed in the Deep South. It's called projection for a reason. Yeah, they got to get my face memorized for the wet dreams later. Yeah, we love all kinks with enthusiastic consent. Exactly, Lynx. Yes, we got some bootlicker emotes going on as well. A bunch of Gasm faces. Oh yeah, plug my mouse in there. Get a little charge on it. Let's see. Curio, you still around? I don't want to host you.
No, I think they started their stream.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to host him tonight. That'd be bad for him. Every conservative has a heart attack anytime they hear a foreign language.
I know where you can put them. Take them over to Fort Andre. A for Andre. He's doing Pokemon trading right now.
Oh, duly noted. Yeah, it's been an interesting stream. Let's just put it that way. Evangelists like to speak in tongues, though. Oh, that's fine, though. That bullshit is fucking God speaking through them. Never mind. Who's that on the floor? Oh, that's the dude who was just bitten by the rattlesnake and is dying, but don't worry, God will save him. My favorite, like, conservative, like, language thing is the, it's just every time they encounter somebody indigenous and they tell them, you know, fucking go back to your own country.
Yeah.
Dumbest motherfuckers. Everybody who is brown is not from Mexico. And just FYI, for Crooked Nose Media's viewers, not everything that is south of the U.S. border is Mexico. Right? Just so you know, there's more shit than Mexico down there. You know, contrary to that Fox News story that ran like last year about, you know, immigrants from Mexican countries. Just a little bit of geography for you. Not everything south of the U.S. is Mexico. Mexico's down there, but if you keep going, there's more than Mexico. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. All you do is speak Spanish in front of them, and they melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. And yeah, go back to your country is a sentence that clearly does not understand globalization. Exactly, Pestique. They complain about globalization, and then they show their shortcomings and their understanding of it, or lack of understanding. Willful ignorance. More often than not, it's confidently incorrect. That's all. It's been fun. Usually I like to talk theory, but it's been kind of fun talking shit. Welcome, Jara. Enjoy. Yeah, usually I talk a lot of theory and we have good faith discussions, but tonight's been different because of right-wing chuds. Talking shit is praxis. Fair enough. I really like to explain to Americans how their country sucks when they ask me if I like South Texas. Pestique. Beautiful. Oh my god, Posada Bot is gonna have a fucking ball with these. I'm just gonna give the list, right?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, Posada Bot is going to just have a ball. So like point 1, you suck for that reason. Point 314, you suck for that reason. Yes, I made a pie joke. Let's see. Oh,
hey, you're right, Christina.
Oh, I'm sure. And I mean, bad faith brigading in general, and the purposeful bad faith rating of channels is a great way to get your channel hit on Twitch. I'm just saying. I mean, if you enjoy your channel, Crooked Nose, I'd say that, you know, maybe change your praxis a bit. You're definitely, you know, flirting with violating Twitch terms of service writ large. But hey, what do I know? I'm just some dumb leftist, right? Jara. Cool. Let's do it. I think the list for Posada Bot should be expanded. I don't use it because, you know, occasionally I like to have good faith conversations. But the fact of the matter is it's definitely going to fill things out. Let's just put it that way.
Dodge Challenger. Oh, that's a good car.
Eh.
I like the Charger better. Myself, personally.
I mean, if, you know, Toyota, especially early 90s, is basically bulletproof. But, yeah, a lot of the American manufacturers they make shit, let's be honest. And that's fully recognizing that Toyota now manufactures in America.
There's a bunch of them in here already.
Cool.
They're all just sitting there watching. Is that it, Girly Bear?
Click this link to make conservatism all. Oh, all right, cool. Let's do that. So let's go to it. Kill that.
As the greatest president who has ever existed throughout all of history, for as long as presidents have presidented throughout all of history, I only ask that you give me the strength, like never before, to defeat the fake news so that they can't use China virus to fraudulently steal the election.
God, we got a problem.
What now? It's always something with you people.
God, COVID-19 has gotten so bad that even Trump is praying now.
Trump? Praying? Are there any cameras on him?
Well, no.
Then he ain't praying, Jeffrey.
Just come see for yourself then.
Give me the strength to defeat the fake news.
See? Praying.
Is he, though?
I grant me the strength to defeat the fake news like never before.
Yep.
Like never before.
Praying to himself.
You are probably the most handsome man who has ever existed. No, you're more handsome. No, you're the most handsome. No, excuse me. You are the most handsome man. You who has ever existed throughout all of history. Excuse me.
Oh. Excuse me, President Trump, sir.
Excuse me. Don't interrupt. That's very rude. Don't interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Who the hell are you people?
Oh, well, I happen to be...
Radical, leftist, communist, Democrat, Antifa!
No, actually,
Stop trying to hurt God.
But...
And stop trying to hurt the Bible.
But I am God.
Okay, not gonna happen.
I'm God.
Not on my watch.
I am God.
Well, God himself, tremendous. It's a great honor to meet me. You're finally getting the recognition you deserve.
Yeah, well, I have a bit of a problem with you, and I think we need to have a talk.
A problem with me? Witch hunt! Witch hunt! You're treating me very unfairly.
Yeah, well...
What about Obama, the Muslim from Kenya?
No, that's not...
What about that nasty woman corrupt Hillary?
Look, I'm trying
What
to...
about sleepy Joe Biden?
You're not listening.
What about China?
Oh my me, just shut the hell up and listen for a second. I'm up in heaven, kicking back and relaxing, and all of a sudden I get a flood of new people who have died of coronavirus. What the hell are you doing about it?
Couldn't you do something about it, God?
I help those who help themselves, Jeffrey.
But plenty of people help themselves, and they fail anyway.
I work in mysterious ways.
But when they succeed, you get the credit.
Because I deserve the credit.
So when something goes wrong, it's never your fault. But when something goes right, you get all the credit?
Look, never mind. Trump, coronavirus. It's getting worse. What are you doing about it?
Fake news. There's more cases because we do more testing than anyone has ever done in all the history of testing. Everyone is saying
It really
we're
is.
doing
It
a
is really his
tremendous
rhetoric.
job, believe me. And if it weren't for all the testing, there wouldn't be all the cases. So I say, look, I say, maybe we shouldn't do so much testing. And then we would not look so bad from a standpoint of looking bad.
People who aren't tested still get it and still die from it.
Excuse me. You can't go by deaths. One death is too many, but you can't go by deaths. Pretty soon, the deaths will be down to 0, and then you can go by deaths.
Yeah, you said that before tons of people died, and...
Anything under 100,000 deaths is a good job. Believe me, all the experts are saying.
Well, it'll actually be 200,000 soon, and...
It is what it is. Look, it is what it is. Anything under 500 million American deaths is a pretty good job. Believe me, nobody's ever done what I've done.
You mean no other president has presided over so many American deaths since the early 20th century?
Exactly. Nobody presides over deaths like I can. Nobody. Nobody saw this coming.
Well, I mean, there were plenty of scientists warning we were overdue for one.
Then, of course, the pandemic response team also.
Right, they were concerned about...
Nobody throughout all of history ever heard of a pandemic.
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of plagues in the Bible.
Yeah, people have been writing about stuff like this for thousands of years.
Really shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone.
Right, even in the modern world, there have been many outbreaks that...
The jobs are coming back like never before. We finally got the blacks and Hispanics to work. The money is coming back. The Dow is coming back like never before. Believe me.
Never before.
And if a few more people die, then they die.
They didn't make him fat enough, though.
People die. What do you want me to do? They die. It's a terrible thing.
They do have
but
the
they
front
die.
lean thing going
It's
on
what
now.
They do. They die.
Listen, Trump, I think you could use a little help. You seem to be treating the virus politically in such a way that causes your supporters to be resistant to ways that will help mitigate it, which will not only hurt you in the long run, but it will hurt them too. You're the one making yourself look bad by retweeting wacky conspiracy theories and talking about unproven miracle cures. Your reaction is costing the lives of the very people who support you. They listen to you. If you just talk to them and try to convince them that it's real, that it's serious, that it's not some ploy to steal the election or some QAnon-exposed secret Dr. Fauci, Bill Gates plan to microchip or sterilize people with a vaccine, and instead encourage them to respect the medical recommendations of social distancing and wearing masks, then the media wouldn't even be able to capitalize on...
Excuse me. This is the United States of America.
Right, I know, and Americans are dying.
Excuse me. In America, which is the greatest country on Earth, it's a beautiful planet, blue planet, I believe, with all its water and land and beautiful clean coal. And unlike Sleepy Joe, who is against
a dumb
energy,
person's idea
I
of a smart
will
person,
send Space
a poor
Force
person's
into
idea of a
space
rich
to
person,
find
a
even
classless person's
more
idea of a
sources
classy
of
person.
Clean coal.
What?
That's not actually.
We will make the solar system great again. The greatest solar system in the Snickers galaxy, which is the greatest galaxy in whatever galaxies come in, which nobody even knows. But I know, believe me, I know. But in America, as I was saying, in America, we have this little thing, okay? It's called freedom. It's a beautiful thing. Freedom. Everyone is talking about freedom.
His hands
You
are
wanna
too
wear a
big.
mask?
You're
You
right,
wear
they
the
are.
mask. You want to distance socially, you distance. You do the distance and the social aspects of the distancing, if that's what you want to do, okay. But people are free to do it how they want to do it.
Look, Trump, with freedom comes civic duty and responsibility. Freedom should not be about some petty, childish, I do whatever I want type rebellion. A mature, considerate, enlightened civilization understands it's best to responsibly exercise your freedom and voluntarily take measures that will protect your fellow citizens so that things won't get bad enough for people to desire the imposition of measures from the government. And fear of such measures should not even be the motive, but rather such motivation should come from a genuine desire to care for your fellow citizens. In other words, wearing a mask is not about you, it's about others. In actuality, it's probably one of the most truly patriotic things you could do right now.
I'm leaving it up to the governors, okay? I'm leaving it up to anyone who is not me. I take no responsibility. I am only the greatest president in all of history, many people are saying. So naturally, I am not responsible for anything that happens with the bad. But I am responsible for the good, okay? All aspects of the good.
Why does he have a tiara?
The bad, not me. The good, me. Understand?
What? So when something goes wrong, it's never your fault?
Yep.
But when something goes right,
Because he's a
you get
pathological
all the
narcissist,
credit?
and anybody who has a first fucking rate education can tell that.
So when something goes wrong, it's never your fault, but when something goes right, you get all the credit?
No. No, it can't be. It can't be!
What, God? Do you take issue with a narcissistic windbag who demands worship and praise and refuses to take responsibility for anything bad that happens despite having the power to do something about it?
Yep.
Does it remind you of someone? God?
Man, woman, TV, camera, xylophone.
Oh my god.
What? I said person, skyscraper, dragon, bulldozer, waterfall.
Look, just tell me what your plan is for the damn virus.
Anthem. It's the national anthem. You have to be quiet now. No talking during the anthem.
Oh, hey, look, a quarter.
Jeffrey, no!
BLM, Antifa, terrorist, ISIS, communist.
That was solid. Who was that? This Dark Matter. Fuck yeah. That was solid work by Dark Matter. What happened to Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill? Oh, yeah, that shit got shot down. That shit got shot down. Straight up. Dude got so triggered he decided to fuck off from your stream. Cat, I know. This is why I love you. You understand how these people think. For better or for worse, I'm sorry that you do. But I love that you've called that one right away. Like, watch him melt down. Hey, you know, I'd love to have the conversation. I'd love to actually engage and have a theory conversation. You know, in case you are listening, Crooked, if you want to engage in good faith and not use your your stream followers as a weapon of brigading, which you know is against terms of service. Come on, terms of service is bullshit, and we both know it, but for fuck's sake, dude, it's rude, and you know what you are doing. It was in bad faith, and it was a rude maneuver. But if you want to actually have a theory conversation, if you actually want to engage in the dialectic, and you want to use rhetorical device rather than, you know, raiding and brigading, then the offer stands. You can do it, you know, we can do it on both our channels. I don't mind. It is my form of practice.
He is still watching, by the way.
Okay, cool. Well, then I'm glad this message is getting across. I'd love to be the voice of reason in this one. I'd like us both to be the voice of reason in this one.
Talking about how instead, you know, people have already tried apparently report him, and he just want to report him, and yada yada.
Well, you violate terms of service, you tend to get reported. Shit happens, bro. But I mean, like I said, the offer stands. I've had great conversations with Libertarians United. I have authoritarians. I've got right-wingers. I've got conservatives and Republicans that come through my channel. And, you know, we have conversations that are at least semi-productive. And what you did was disruptive rather than productive. You broke the rules of civility. Hey, Pestique, you broke the rule when civility basic rules are broken, all shits are loose. You know, yeah, you broke the basic rules of civility, and you know it. And so shit happens. No, not you, Pestique. But like I said, the offer stands. If you want to get together and actually have a semi-productive or an attempt at a semi-productive political conversation, we can engage in that anytime. But the form and fashion in which you've initially introduced yourself to me definitely has left a bad taste, most certainly. But
leave a bad taste in anyone's mouth.
I'm more than willing to move past that and actually have that as a you know, as a point of conversation, as a point of maybe producing some productive content for both of our channels. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Did mean to do that.
Yeah, Gob. Yeah, him losing face is not an option he cannot offer. Yeah, he doesn't want to lose face.
So you believe in God by showing that video? No, that's the Abrahamic deity is a goofy idea, and most of it was stolen from the North African mystery religions out of Egypt over the years anyway. So that's the truth of the matter. Is a whole host of, hey, I got called a true Antifa person. Cool. All right. Well, I'll use that. Is that credentials? Can I use that at the next Soros meeting? Like, that's how I get super secret double verified with the Soros credentials, right? I'm pretty sure that means I don't have to bring goats for sacrifice anymore. Shit. Oh man, I'm gonna have to we got to write this one up. Like I said, Crooked, if you're still listening, I'm happy to engage with you. It is my form of praxis. I have had conversations with somebody who ascribed to be neo-Nazi, bigots, racists, centralists, authoritarians, centrists. Centralists and centrists are two different things, so you know. Right-wingers, left-wingers, Huxism, communism, I think even well, no, he wasn't really primitivism. He was more of how do we want to get nativist, and even God forbid neoliberals. They're the worst. I'm willing to have the political conversation. I'm willing to engage even after the level of shit fuckery, which, by the way, welcome to this.
Fucking things up, making everything shitty. It's profiles and shit fuckery.
From me to you. Yeah, a video I showed B-Matt. Why am I
Oh, it's kind of funny. This clown talking like, oh, you guys are a bunch of rats. You're the most dumbest fucker on the planet because you have no idea who the fuck you're all talking to or even coming in and trying to berate. You have no fucking clue.
Another name for the Posada bot list. We're up to 57 so far. Yeah, Posada-bot's gonna have a ball. Frieza, I already informed Frieza to expect a list, so.
Oh, I have no doubt homie is probably sitting back watching.
So, yeah, like I said, even after all that, I'm still willing to have a political conversation with you, but I don't think that's your deal. I think you are an agent of chaos of sorts. I think you're probably D&D alignment, chaotic evil, maybe chaotic neutral. But yeah, I don't think you're in it for the same reasons I am. And I think that fundamentally what you're about is just sowing a level of discord. And so, yeah. Yeah. This is classic internet troll territory, which again, Dark Tetrad, Canadian university looked into this. They did a psychological study of internet trolling, and they more often than not, 97%, exhibit what's called the dark tetrad of psychological disturbances: sociopathy, narcissism, sadism, and Machiavellianism. Generally speaking, what you're dealing with when you're dealing with internet trolling is you're dealing with somebody with a disturbed personality type. And I hope you find solace in this. I really do. I hope that this probably made your night, right? Like, this probably was like a high point for you for your day. You'll probably be talking about it or some shit like that, right? Like, a whole bunch of your people. Like, this was the dopamine hit you guys needed. And so, I mean, in that way, I guess I engaged in a form of mutual aid, huh? You actually helped me engage in anarchistic mutual aid. Wow. That's fucking weird. Well, I suppose I should thank you in a way then. That's one way to look at it, I suppose. Yeah, Jara. I mean, for sure. Yeah, some people need their shot of social appreciation. Hey, Let's see. Due to Booble, I believe that's your name. Booble. Due to the nature and the
I get that. He can't speak my language. He can't pronounce my name properly. He has a very low intelligence. And he thinks that he's being cool when he's really not. And what he's doing is he's dancing with people that he really shouldn't be dancing with at all. but he feels like, you know, he's a big tough guy behind his keyboard. So, you know,
Booble,
his
yeah.
D has
Oh yeah.
delusions.
No, Booble. I'm just saying that the environment and the air in which you have entered, come back by another day, come back by a few times, and let me build some trust with you, and then I'd be happy to have that on-air conversation with you. Right? It's about trust at this point, because I got to tell you, yeah, anybody who comes from that channel, I'm going to have to vet to a certain degree or another at this point.
Yeah. Their intelligence hasn't shown.
Well, it's more about civility than anything else. It's about civility. And I know I crossed the lines. I engaged in ad hominems, but let's face it, I was under attack of sorts. And it was done intentionally, and it was done in a form and a manner of brigading. We're not insulting you. It's the situation, Booble, not you. By all means, it's not you. You approached with a level of civility and non-aggression that I
Jar, that's
appreciate.
funny. Antifa crackhead.
Fuck yeah.
Do drugs.
Except, crack was never my thing. I'm more of a psychedelic kind of guy. Boys and girls. It's more of a, mushrooms, DMT, 2CB sort of territory for me. Sorry. The stimulants never treated me well. But individual freedom, individual sovereignty, you're free to do what you choose with your own body. If we don't own our own bodies, then we own nothing in this world. Personal property is the line in the sand that you must draw against authoritarianism. It's something I advocate for on the regular basis, shall we say. It's a shame. It's a shame. Atta girl, Christina. Atta fucking girl. One for the list. There we go. Oh, so you're literally admitting on this stream that you will re-brigade my channel. All right, cool. Everybody note that.
He said that on the stream. He's gonna be back. That's there.
Cool. That's good. I'm sure we'll get that VOD link off your channel. Yeah, exactly. Content. You make me look good by doing this, right? Like, you really do. I'm the one who seems reasonable, and you're the one who seems aggressive and unreasonable, right? Like, this is just a bad PR move overall for whatever bullshit ideology you may or may not advocate for. It really is weird. I'm gonna write down camera. Crooked. What's going on in your life that you see this as entertainment? Like, that's, bro. I mean, if you just want to hit me up in the DMs or something and you want to have a chat, like, for real, I'm there for you, man. Human to human. Fuck all the politics. Like, if you need something, let me know.
Yeah, really. Like, seriously.
Either way. All right.
Oh, we're triggered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, okay. They can't wait for Trump to win. Well, good luck with that one, boys and girls. They can't wait for Trump to win because they want us to have a meltdown. Again, anarchist. What part of this do you people not understand at this point? Don't like either of them. Like, I don't understand how this is a difficult concept. But, you know, good luck with that. And I'm sure come January 20th, you'll all be proven correct and you'll be able to, you know, revel in it and enjoy it. I'm certain that's what's going to happen. I'm sure Trump will somehow magically overturn a whole host of states' elections, even though his court cases are getting thrown out left and right, and even slightly leaning conservative judges are turning against him, and his attorneys are leaving en masse. But, you know, and he's having to resort to sending Giuliani into federal court, who hasn't been in a federal court in over 20 years and is just a joke of an attorney. I'm sure it'll work out well for you. I'm sure it will. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. It's like watching Denzel Washington at the end of Training Day. The guy's just still desperately trying to believe his pathetic attempt. They unironically think I'm deep state. Yes, my life is complete. My life is complete. Oh my God, that's amazing. Thank you. I'd like to accept this award on behalf of all of my fellow leftists. There was a lot of goats sacrificed to get us to this point as a community and a channel. I mean, there was much devil worship happening. I mean, the amount of adrenochrome that we had to drink, it was absolutely, I mean, it was absurd. Man, I mean, I'm forgetting I know I'm forgetting a ton of people. But, let's see. Oh yeah, I should, geez, I gotta thank George Soros. Bill Gates, shout out to Bill Gates with the microchip. I mean, you know, we're getting there. We'll get that devil chip in him yet. Let's see, who else? Oh, Elon Musk, the inside man, getting all those ANCAPs and libertarians, and they don't realize that he's working for us on the deep state. The Clintons. I want to thank Hillary Clinton in particularly. She was, you know, a great mentor. She really showed us how to sacrifice those goats effectively. Man, I just, you know, I want to thank everybody in the deep state, and I want to thank everybody on the left, and
the Rothschilds.
Yes, the Rothschilds. Without the banking industry to control us all, where would we be on the deep left, on the deep state? Yeah, it's been an amazing ride. Man, thanks so much. This award means a lot to me. Is Lyme disease permanent? The damage from it is this damage that the spirochetes do is essentially permanent. I have a buddy. I know someone for many years that had undiagnosed Lyme disease for, I think it was 18 years. It did an amount of damage that is ridiculous, Ghost. So yeah, undiagnosed, untreated Lyme disease leads to a whole host of permanent damage, and it's really brutal. That's exactly how it works. Ghost is as long as you get it treated, the damage done during the cycle of infection is the damage, right? But if you leave it untreated, if it goes untreated, then it's amazing. It does massive amounts of damage. Yeah, and yeah, it also triggers all sorts of weird autoimmune stuff. The only deep state an anarchist can be is deep sleep. Tell me about it. Ghost, I don't have any autoimmune issues yet, and count yourself lucky if it stays that way. As someone who has some, or has one at least, yeah, it's brutal. Like my autoimmune system has decided to attack my small fiber nerves. So sensory nerves. It's brutal. Yeah, you're fine. The allergy to cats and pollens. But yeah, if you got it addressed, if you got it treated, then the damage that was done is done, but you should be in the clear. But I do know that sometimes the Lyme infection can go, even with like an antibiotic regimen and that sort of thing, it can get to the point where the regular treatments don't exactly take sometimes. So it does require an entirely different modality of treatment in those instances. Like I said, my buddy had an undiagnosed, untreated Lyme infection for about 18 years. So it did a whole lot of damage to him. The antibiotics do work within a window of time. That's the thing, is Lyme infection has to be caught within a period of time before it sort of modulates into a whole host of other things. And so you catch it within the first 2 months usually. It's a simple antibiotic regimen and you're done. When do I get my award, by the way? It just dawned on me. Like, do I get a certificate or a medal? Does Russia send me a medal or something? Like, where do the Clintons, is Hillary going to show up on my doorstep or something? Like, she going to bring me a baby or something? I don't know how this works. I've never been formally inducted into the deep state. It's all new for me. I don't know. Does anybody know Q? Can somebody call Q? Does anybody have Q's phone number? I think I have to ask Q this, right? Like, this is something Q would know. Anyway, if somebody can let me know when my deep state, like, do I get a badge? Is it just an ID or something that gets me into, like, FBI buildings or something like that? I don't know. Either way, somebody let me know how my deep state membership works, please. If you're a member of the deep state already, I'd love to know. I'm a newbie here. What are you going to do? You got to learn. You got to start somewhere. You got to learn, right? You wouldn't like the Clinton to come. That's disappointing. Deep state will come in your sleep. Okay. Welcome back, Sam. Do you think, told you deep state in your sleep. Do you think authoritarian rule can lead to any form of happiness? For those in power. Yeah. For those in power, for sure. Not necessarily those that the power is built upon that make up the foundation. No, I think that any form of happiness, well, that's very loosely worded. That's so loosely worded that I'd almost have to agree with you. It's almost a gotcha question. One of his chatters unironically wrote a participation trophy joke. Just sad. Why can't they even troll well? Q, the guy from James Bond, be more funny. I don't know any Albanians, Sam. So, I mean, I'd have to look into that further. Like, I would just have to take your word for it, and I don't do that. I would have to do research, because I know no ethnic Albanians to base that upon. But I mean, Kat does bring up a good point. Why do so many Americans like Trump? Just because somebody is, liked by people doesn't necessarily mean that they are good people, that they are not doing massive amounts of harm. Ghost. Deep state and the idea of alliances between political candidates that are not public is real, but that's the extent, and they're not all aligned, like the Squad. I know. No, Ghost, conspiracies are real, right? Like, that's the thing. How do you think corporate mergers happen and shit like that? I mean, but that's the point, is most conspiracies are boring, and they take place on a golf course. And so, those aren't the interesting ones that get people's, serotonin and dopamine and endorphins running. What they want to think is that they have some super secret inside knowledge that, underneath the Denver Air Force Base is where the Clintons extract the adrenochrome. And I know this because I watched a YouTube video. So there's a reason people believe in a lot of these conspiracies. But the fact of the matter is that the world is filled with conspiracies. But they're usually too boring for people to give a shit about. Look at, how palm oil is handled in the developing world. You think there's not all sorts of governmental conspiracies and corporate conspiracies involved in that? Of course, there's coordination behind the scenes and extraction of resources and elimination of political protesters. I mean, yeah, happens all the time. But people want to believe that, the plane above you is spraying nano aerosolized particles of aluminum and, what's the thing? The made up disease that they fucking think they have. Oh, I always forget that one. Either way, it's been a while since I've immersed myself into the conspiracy world. I bet Vivian, Mix Vivian could tell us that one. She'd know off the top of her head. But either way, like I said, tons of fucking corporate governmental conspiracies involving indigenous rights and indigenous, land, all over the world. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I didn't, but I'm looking at it now, dingo. Let's see. Because I know who Dominion is just from a technological background.
I'm going to go take a nap.
You enjoy that, Sue. You enjoy that. And good luck.
With?
Well, you know what'll happen on your next stream.
Oh, that doesn't bother me.
I know. I'm just wishing you luck.
I'll just sit back and play them something that'll probably make them fall asleep. So, and that's okay.
Cool. All right, man.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, the worst case or best case scenario, they might actually learn some educational things and actually help them. But I mean,
You won't be holding your breath on that one, will you?
no, I won't be. But
Good luck, my man. You sleep well.
you sleep well too. We'll talk to you later.
Late. All right. So let me drop that down. Oh, didn't mean to open that. All right. Let's bring that back up. Oh, really? He's whispering to you? Interesting. Wow, you know big words. Wow, you actually thought about politics. Love it. Oh, like I said, the offer still stands. I know it probably would be bad for your image, though, at this point. So, you do you, my man. You do you. I'd like to say different praxis for different channels, but what you engage in can't even, in the most generous of forms of terminology, be described as a form of praxis. Trading behind the scenes. Love it. All right, so I'm looking at the Dominion systems and the fucking Smartronic, or what do we call them? Let's see. Yeah, Smartmatic. That's it. I mean, here's the thing. This is why you can't have privatized electronic voting systems, right? This is the problem. Is this shit should be open source and available for public code review. This is just an advocation for or against intellectual property and privatization, ultimately speaking. So Yeah. Yeah, so Dingo, well, I may take exception with the perceived or implied, because not every one of us is a communist. Sam, you have to understand, anarchists are idealists, not materialists. So the historical materialism that Marxism builds itself upon is antithetical to a whole host of the idealist beliefs that arise out of the Enlightenment era and in and through anarchism. So it's a special type of anarchist that merges communism with anarchism. Now, if you want to argue end state, there's an entirely different conversation to be had there. But you have a fundamental misunderstanding of anarchism vis-a-vis, as I said, historical materialism versus idealism. And anarchism flows in and through and out of idealism rather than materialism. And Marx's critiques are wholly reliant upon a historical and a historical materialistic perspective. And so, taking that into account, that is why anarchists refuse to label themselves as anarcho-communists, because the majority of anarchists aren't communists. You keep trying to conflate this, and it's an unsuccessful conflation. Whether I make the argument is more efficient or less efficient, Sam, isn't the point. You just pivoted and shifted your goalposts. Pastique. Materialism, especially from the point of historical... actually, my phone is right here, and it's keeping a monitor on Twitch chat. So, I'll fuck up everything by doing this. That's what's down there, genius. Is just my keyboard. So let's try and get the camera position back. It's good job though. Nice try though. I just have a tendency to look down. No, it wasn't. It was sarcasm. No, it wasn't. Nice try though. So materialism is the analysis or political or philosophical viewpoint that all of existence rises from a purely material point of view. That consciousness and ideas and social interactions are all the end result of material interaction within the universe. And so it eschews the idea of idealism, which says that there is a consciousness, that ideas and the interactions of those, including the subjective nature of human existence itself, is a factor in these sorts of systems. So there you go. That's not the definition of idealism at all. That's a stacked definition, and you know it, Sam. That is not what any textbook definition of idealism is. It's not going to be what even a Wikipedia definition of idealism is. You put the especially unrealistically on it. Christina, because I extended the offer, as long as he tempers it a little bit, I'm interested in the conversation at least. It was me, Mons. And somebody conveyed the message for me. So this one's on me. But I think there's an interesting philosophical conversation or ideological conversation to be had with Sam. But yeah, there were conditions put down ahead of time. Let's just put it that way. It was, it was a conditional unban. But no, I think that Sam brings a point of view to the table that most people would not be exposed to. And that is what I value more than anything else, is that sort of big tent philosophy and the conversation, the dialectic. That's what I love. So, oh, fuck that username. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Good night, Pastique. It's been an interesting ride. Hate it when you're right, Kai. Right? I think free will happens when you live in a state of never-ending energy. When you can't time, there's no big freeze, but you can reuse energy by making it stick so low it can push a lever that pushes a lever to contain energy in an observable universe. Yeah, that you if it, reword that, Ghost, like go through that again and just clean it up a little bit. Free will exists only with unlimited time. Okay. I mean, we just firmly entered the realm of metaphysics, but cursory. I agree, Ghost. Cursory. I think there's a deeper discussion to be had there as to the nature of time and human perception and the subjective nature therein, especially under some sort of like entheogenic state. You can live entire lifetimes, multiple lifetimes, in fact. So yeah, I understand, like, under standard human consciousness, what you're saying is the sort of restriction of time and the finite mortality dictates a certain set of parameters by which one may operate within their life, thus sort of negating the concept of free will. But I think from a sort of strict interpretation point of view, I do disagree. But again, due to the fact that nobody actually understands the true nature of existence, the conversation ultimately comes back to a giant question mark. No one knows the nature of existence. No one knows what all of this is, if it's something at all. So moving forward from the position of true agnosticism, it becomes sort of a moot point, I suppose. And yep, of course. Well, but if your unconscious is you, and the unconscious is the summation of all that you put into it and experience, then how is that not within the realm of your free will? But again, we don't know the nature of this. This is, I mean, like I said, we have firmly entered the realm of metaphysics, and things get very fucking weird and blurry once you kid blur. It's been a weird stream, kid. Let's just put it that way. It's been a weird ass stream, Blur. Traditionally, conversation involving religion, economics, politics, and generally anything else that gets people's panties in a bunch, from the perspective of an anarchist, that would be me. But I have a whole host of other ideologies and philosophies that I ascribe to and I use as tools in my tool belt. And yeah, it's been kind of a weird day. Somebody got their panties in a bunch and decided to brigade my channel for a couple of hours. And, you know, that's worth a follow. Oh, thank you, Blur. Yeah. Rather than, you know, have a productive conversation, they decided to hide behind their followers. But that's okay. Different strokes for different folks, right? Let's see. Hang on. I do want to check something, though. Forgive me for tapping for a second. There we go. All right. Mudvayne. You know. Why should the death penalty be enacted for a person that rapes and kills? It shouldn't. I don't believe in the death penalty, Sam. I feel fine if society gets to him. If somebody rapes and kills 50 people and somebody in society says, fuck them, I'm taking them out, that's how shit works. But I cannot authorize the state, an inherently corrupt and authoritarian system, to have power over life and death like that. So yeah, no, there should be no death penalty for that. Society has an obligation and a right to protect itself. So isolation is definitely an option on the table. Of course it was. Not entirely. There is epigenetic components, but there is genetic components as well. Lingo. The fact of the matter is that schizophrenia tends to run on, I believe, maternal lineage, actually. But there is a genetic component to it as well. So there is more to mental and physical sickness from environment and culture. That's a myopic view of it. When taken in totality, there's both epi and genetic components. What's my take on rehabilitation? Should be, look, you have to start the argument where it starts, chemist. You have to start with poverty and lack of access to opportunity, leading into criminality as the number one cause of criminal behavior later on. You're still going to have a subset percentage that is going to have tendencies, shall we say. And then we should most definitely be focused on rehabilitation, education, that sort of thing. And we should do it in a humane fashion. We should focus on reducing rates of recidivism rather than a feedback loop intended to prop up a for-profit and exploitative system. And so that's an opinion, Lingo. I'm totally willing to entertain it. Well, that is okay. Having had, at least I've had one conversation with one untreated schizophrenic in my life, back in the Occupy days. And it was some of the most interesting conversations I've ever had, quite frankly. Your ego voice versus like the sort of other guiding heart voice that you're talking about is definitely not what schizophrenics experience. It really isn't. And to conflate the two is sort of doing a disservice to those that have a non-normative experience. See, Sam, you're focused. See, okay, so Sam, here's the thing that you have to understand. This is what you got to get through. All right. You have to get this idea: end state versus progressive state. The baby steps versus the destination, right? The destination is the elimination of the state. Yes, I agree with that, Lingo. That is true. The end state is what you're focused on, but you can't get to that end state without the progressive states, right? You have to march yourself down that fucking trail to get to wherever you're headed. And to get where you want to go, not you in particular, but a stateless society, say, we have to go through a whole set of transitionary states. Same for you as well, by the way, just a different trail entirely. Yeah, I know you're an authoritarian Marxist. Here's the analogy, Sam. There's no getting to where you or I want to go without changing trains at multiple train stations. There's no direct route there. There's no direct route from neoliberal, hyper-capitalist Western pseudo-democracies to authoritarian Marxism. There is no straight line to that. So you have to focus on progressivism. You have to focus on incrementalism. And unfortunately, you're hyper-focused on the end state, the state of perfection in your eyes, rather than the progress. Now, I disagree with you entirely as to what the end state should be, but how you're trying to do it is completely wrong. And I mean this to help you, not to criticize you. I mean to improve your rhetorical devices. So in the future, you may actually get some progress towards where you want to be headed towards. But you have to understand it's a game of inches, and you are committed to this game of miles. This is why you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how I can advocate for one thing and yet want a stateless, anarchistic societal structure at the end point. Is because I understand, or at least I think I understand to some extent, the incrementalism, the progressivism that's necessary to happen for that to be achieved. And I'm also realistic enough to think that it won't happen in my lifetime. And so I have a very long game in mind. But that's just me. Again, I'm just a dude. Fuck do I know. Hey, thank you for the follow, friendly chemist. What do you think needs to happen? Baseline, Lingo, increase of empathetic rates in our society, decrease of you do realize that most of the technology that underpins this, Samantha, is actually open source, GNU, and MIT licensed technology. Meaning, fundamentally, as a non-technologist, as I'm probably sure you are, that it was done with a non-commercial interest involved, and that it was licensed freely to the world to use, and it was done for the good of the technological development. The vast majority of the server architecture and software architecture that runs the internet is open source, free for everyone to use. Nice, girly. Love it. Do you think Cisco doesn't use open source technology in their operating systems? The software taken as a whole is proprietary, but they have GNU license sets, subsets. And they have an entire open source DevNet division. No, they do, Samantha. As somebody who has earned his CCIE in his life. Yes, CCIE. I was an independent IT consultant in the Las Vegas Valley serving large corporations for quite some time. I'm more than familiar with this concept. So, congratulations. You work in Silicon Valley. I'm sure you do. You're not using a... Sure. Then you should be more than familiar with the fact that the majority of the servers running the internet are running open source architecture. Then your initial criticism is lacking punch. Let's just put it that way. And let's face it, the anarchistic nature of the originators of the internet any portion of the code base that is used directly out of a GNU licensed system has to be relicensed under the GNU license. And so you can utilize it in a commercial or proprietary piece of software or architecture, but you have to relicense that code base. Same with the MIT license. This is why you can query Microsoft for all of their open source related code. It'd be nice if you can post memes in chat. Like, I know you can't post the images directly, Rasta, but you can. Yeah, that's how it works. There was never a point where, whatever. I don't know why you... And Sam was correct, by the way. Samantha, you never chose to address Sam's point. You just sort of glossed past it. Because we're consumed by the system and we have no means of getting out of it. It's a harsh reality. We're living under the illusion of individualist happiness in this capitalistic system. That's the only thing preventing Sam from revolting against the establishment. Sam, what's your deal? Why are you so fucking aggro? What's your deal? Why are you so angry? Like, nobody's yelling at you. We're just having a conversation. Who the fuck is Sam and why do I care is not aggro? Come on. Don't bad faith me. Sam is a fellow human being and a fellow member of chat and has just as much value to have a conversation as you. He literally tagged you. And treat him with the same amount of respect that you expect to be treated with. Otherwise, well... All right. Anyway. had some stuff to take care of behind the scenes there. Callie, it is true. It is true. We've got a regular Zero who, I mean, he openly talks about it. It is true. Yeah, I can tell that. Cool. All right. Seems to be Callie. Seems to be. All right. So. And just as a point, Samantha, here's all of the Cisco open source documentation. Like, I mean, I know you're not going to go through it, and I know you don't need to go through it. But you and I both know that Cisco relies heavily on open source. Generally, it's not recognized as a formalization of the state bubble. If you want to look at an example, you can look at the Anarchistic Republic of Kospaya. Of course they do, Samantha, but that's not the point, is it? The point is that open source technology really is the foundational technology behind the internet. And so, yeah, all right. Bubble. In the state of nature, because I believe in the state of nature, I think we could agree. It does. I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's been done before. It will happen again. It's been done multiple times. I mean, you say that, but distributed computing, decentralization is a step, but distributed computing is right around the door, and you know it. With as powerful as our pocket devices are getting, there's going to be a point where we start offloading some of the server functions and cloud functions to the distributed devices. And once that starts happening, I mean, mesh networks are going to become a norm, and you're going to start to see a whole host of distributed computing platforms arise. Same person who controls I2P. Are you familiar with I2P, Sam? That's no one controls I2P. Bobble, sorry. Tech stuff will always drag me one direction, Bobble. Don't think I'm trying to evade you or ignore you or anything like that, but I was a technologist from age 4. It's easy bait for me. So the Spanish during the Spanish Civil War, there was 50% of the industry and agriculture was being produced by anarchistic communes. The Anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years. The Ukrainians gave it a solid go. There's a bunch of South American anarchists. It's not the first, only, or last time that anarchistic areas. Societies is generally how anarchists refer to it as, because we're not fans of the state as a structure, but we are big fans of social structure. And so generally it's anarchistic societies have existed. So this is sort of I think a beginning to an answer to your question. But I mean, query me further. Oh, it's so nice to get back to theory. It's so nice to talk about tech and not deal with fucking moron chuds all the fuck time. Oh my god. You could look to the Ukrainians and Makhno for an example of that. You can have anarchistically organized militia structures. It has been done before. Oh, no, Cat. Fucking. In the future, when I say, like, gloves off, just have at it. Like, when I get to that point, then I'm like, you guys do you. Seriously. Like, let the blood flow. No, Samantha. Anarchism doesn't mean a lack of organization. That's not what anarchism means at all. No, different, whole host of them. Oh, fucking Friezo is gonna love this list. 62 names so far. Bobble. It does require a certain level of solidarity. I will concede that 10 times out of 10. It does require a certain level of solidarity, and I do not believe that, as it stands, the majority of the Western so-called democratic, Eurocentric states are, the populace of those states are in a position psychologically to handle an anarchistic system like adults. Yeah, I will concede that 10 times out of 10. But there is, I mean, any aggression on a massive scale, let's face it, I mean, define massive scale, right, Babel? Let's talk massive scale. If the U.S. military wants to invade you, you're fucked. Right? It really doesn't matter. They're coming in one way or the other. You know, if the Russian army wants to come in, they're coming in. If the Chinese army wants to come in, they're coming in. It doesn't really matter what level of militarization that your, you know, second tier, third tier system or state has set up against those sorts of odds. So, I mean, that's a criticism of any system. I mean, you could literally levy that criticism at Denmark, that how is their system going to, you know, fare a full-scale massive invasion by somebody like Russia? The best they can do is hope for solidarity from other countries. Oh, it doesn't, though. That's the thing, Bobble. It usually gets stomped out, but it doesn't collapse. Anarchistic systems are usually fairly resilient because they rely on solidarity and mutual aid networks. So fundamentally speaking, the methodology of organization within anarchism is one of almost familial or a communitarian style structuring. And so it lends itself to stronger links. So it wouldn't necessarily... Okay, at least you've been here before. I do, Ghost. It's not... okay. It's virtually impossible, I could concede to a certain extent, but this is why we talk about extending or expanding the circles of empathy and the empathetic response, and having to do with multiple meta-analyses at a global level of hyper-individualism, retracting the rings of empathetic response or the distance of empathetic response, and how more communitarian-styled societies expand those. See Southeast Asia. And so... it's like I said, like I told Sam, federalization is useful within a system like anarcho-syndicalism. Here, Bobble, sorry. Give that document a read one of these days. I mean, you know, sorry for giving you homework, but it's a short essay. It's not that long. It's a little, I've been told it's a little dense, but give it a look, and that sort of get you over the hump. They'll get you over the hump of, you know, sort of the scope and scale issue. I know he was girly. I know he was, or they were. I'm sorry. I needlessly gendered you, Bobble. I know they were, but they came in good faith and actually tried to have the conversation rather than just being a dickhead. I'm fully aware where Bubble came from. I'm aware of that, but Bobble seems to have a good faith intention behind their line of questioning, and I'm okay. For now, we're just building trust. We're building trust. No. Bobble, don't worry about it. But you have to know that the people that came in around you may not have had the same intentions that you had. Right? I mean, you know. They weren't here for discourse. They were here for disruption. You seem to actually be interested in discourse. And so my door is open to that all the time. Forever and ever. But if you just want to, throw shit, then no. So you're fine. Don't worry about it. I know. And thank you, girly. That I appreciate it. I do. Sam, conceding flaws is the way an adult behaves. See, this is the thing. You think there's tons of flaws with your system, but you won't come to terms with them. And the fact of the matter is that your inability to come to terms with them leads you down a pathway of rhetorical interaction with people that dissuades them rather than convinces them. You'd be better off acknowledging the flaws and saying, okay, how can we rectify them? How can we modify the system? Yeah, lobby. It certainly has been an interesting evening. Hey, you were supposed to go to bed, Sue. Would you say the goal is to decommodify the internet? Yeah, multiple goals, Samantha, multiple goals. But yes, decommodification of the internet is definitely a valuable and worthwhile and righteous end goal for multiple reasons. Except there's anarchistic cooperatives operating massive companies and spaces and communities. Meanwhile, your form of authoritarian overreach, as I'm going to call it, is constantly being knocked on its ass. And so, I mean, would the government be involved in the operation of it? If the technologists... Okay, so this is where you and I can probably come together, Samantha. I think the technologists can technologize their way around that, right? I legitimately remember the 1990s FBI encryption, DNS, DDNS race of arms race of technology involving the pornographers. I think this is just me being a technologist, that the fundamental architecture of the internet and the hardware that governs it could be engineered in a form and fashion that would divorce it from the technocracy and the de facto corporatocracy and governance that we operate under today. I think there's a window of opportunity there to do it. And things like I2P give me hope for that. Things like ad hoc mesh networks give me hope for that. Am I being a foolish idealist? Maybe, maybe not. But I think you probably understand that as well, that there is a window there that we could eke out a win in which we could free the internet, or at least a new version of the internet, or some form or fashion. Yeah, I mean, what do we have? 13 root servers in this country? You could just knock them all offline and people would be effectively shut offline. I mean, how many people remember the IP address of their favorite, server farm or something like that? Yeah, there's multiple, because of the centralization of the internet's architecture as it stands today, there's all sorts of points of attack from state actors as well as independent bad actors, Samantha. But again, I think that there is an opportunity there. I think that we could actually engineer our way around those problems, and I think we're headed in that direction. The technologists just have to stay one step ahead of the government. That's all. All right, Lobby. So you had questions. Sorry. Again, guys, you have to understand. Samantha is going to be able to bait me no matter what. The fucking IT stuff is going to, like I said, I've been doing that shit since I was 4, literally. It's always going to be a thing. Lobby asked me, okay, so Lobby, you got the anarchism command running. Can you explain the basic principles of anarchism and things that people often get wrong about it? It's not chaos. It's not disorder. It's not lack of organization. It's not lack of rules. It isn't a society in revolt, every man, woman, and child for themselves. These are the things that people always get wrong about anarchism. What it is about is what you already saw in that command. Philosophically, fundamentally, it's a tool. It's fucking Ginger. What it is a tool or a lens of analysis. It's a tool, right? Anarchism is a tool. It's a method of approach. You can approach technology in this way. You can approach philosophy in this way. You can approach land rights. You can approach horticulture. You can approach international diplomatic relations in this manner. It's a methodology, a lens of analysis in which you counteract hierarchical authoritarian power structures. You reorganize them into more fair and equitable systems. You challenge and force the justification of authority and power within a system. And if it's unable to justify itself righteously, then you dismantle it, you replace it, you do something about it. And if it is able to clear that hurdle, then you adopt it, you integrate it into your society in some form or fashion. I hope that I hope that fucking nails it for you, Lobby.
Hey.
Yes, Sue. I thought you were supposed to be sleeping.
Me too. But my brain wouldn't shut down, so I said, fuck it, and I came back.
Huh? Fair enough.
You really should get Sam to come in here one day, because Sam is very intelligent. I think you two would have a...
Yeah, we had a little dick measuring contest with the fucking technology at first, but I think we're on the same page. And based on the, that's hard though, because they hire the best technologists or kidnap and force them into work. We have a lot in common then. Okay, cool. Yeah. I do think, Sam, I really do think that there's a window of opportunity there. But again, I'm an anarchist, so I am a bit of an idealist, right? As much as my pragmatism and realism keeps me grounded in incrementalism as far as political action goes. To be an anarchist, you do have to, look, you're a libertarian. Of course you are. You're a technologist. There's so many tech bros. And I know you're not a bro, but West Coast, you're in Silicon Valley. You understand. You're a bro. You're a tech bro. Of course you're a libertarian. It's cool. You're a tech bitch. All right. That's the preferred terminology now. I'm down with it. I'm cool with it. You tech bitch. Of course you're a libertarian. It's fine. I run a very big tent around these parts. Kai is the least toxic techie I'll ever meet. Started off in pen testing, now work with DoD. I just finished a pen test thumb drive of my own creation. No, it won't be released in the fucking... It is because it's not a tester, right? Like I built... No. It's been a while, a project, and I just finished it. Nope, it's not Kali. I just finished it a couple weeks ago. I printed its case finally. I finished off its just sleek black case. But yeah, it's got a level of automation that Kali just doesn't do. So hey, when I was 14, Sam, I was writing assembly level encryption algorithms that back in that day, exportation of encryption algorithms was classified as weaponry. Or exportation of weapons. And let's just say that's when I got informed that the government keeps an eye on that sort of stuff. So, you know. Yeah. Well, Sam, what you need and what's a fun project are two entirely different things. You're a technologist, you should know this, that we will work 19 hours to avoid 40 seconds of manual work, right? Like we're big into that. So it was just a fun project. That's all. It was a fun project. Never to be released in the wild, never to be used. Just an experiment, an exercise in, I haven't done this in probably 15 years. Am I still capable? And now that I have like 3D printing and access to circuit design, prototyping and that sort of stuff that, back in the day we didn't really have access to, it was a fun project. That's all. No need to whip your dick out. Okay. Lobby. Firearms and encryption. Yeah, basically, Sean. Basically. Dude. Yeah, that's TOS, Ginger. That's TOS. Okay, so my understanding, it's a splitting of power to create a more just ethical form of governing. And then if there's any issues, the system should be abolished and a new one should be implemented towards favoring societal values. Yes, no, maybe so, sometimes not. I'm sorry for giving you that kind of answer, Lobby. It isn't, in its end state, anarchism isn't about really establishing a new form of governance proper. But all of its transitory states are. And this is where things get weird for newbies. So here's how I'm going to explain it. Anarchism is a module that you bolt on to other forms and fashions of governance. It's a tool or a methodology that you use, as you pointed out, to implement more fair and equitable societal values. So doing this allows for an individual sovereignty to be used at a base level, at a foundational level. Doing this, following anarchistic principles, think of it, follow whoever that was, Guanjama. Let's see, I can turn that back on now. It allows for an implementation of things like direct democracy and consensus decision-making, and the delegation of those powers up from the individual sovereign level into a sort of a committee or delegate form. It allows for the scope and scale issue to be addressed then using federation. Is there a website where I can read it on? There's so many things. If you want to start with On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky. This will get you the primer on anarchism, aptly named. If you read my Ansin, then you at least have, like, your feet are on the ground. At least you can start moving forward. But yeah, I always recommend On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky because, one, it's accessible. It's everywhere. You can find the PDF online. You can buy the book. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But trust me, it's not difficult to find. Two, it's not a very large book. And three, Chomsky has a methodology of speaking about anarchism that isn't too academically removed. So you should be able to follow it without having to cross-reference a whole host of other terminologies. He's not going to drop like historical materialism on you in the middle of a sentence and just expect you to know what it means. And so, yeah, I would start there, and that is going to be far from comprehensive. It's going to be far from everything you're probably going to want to know. You're going to hit the end and you're going to be like, well, now I have other questions. Well, congratulations. Welcome to the learning process, right? Welcome to being human. But I think that should help you. Noam Chomsky. There you go, Christina with the win. I was just going down to type it. God, it feels good to do theory again. God, it feels good to just talk tech and theory and intellectual pursuits. Holy fuck, that guy was obnoxious.
Which one?
The chud that with the, I mean, you know who.
What, Chad that was streaming you?
Yeah.
And acting like he's the big tough guy?
Yeah. Noam Chomsky. Love it. Ginger. Love it. You would have searched up Noam G-N-O-M-E Chomsky C-H-O-M-P-S-K-I. It's okay. You probably would have found him. Hang on. You would have found him. I think you would have ended up finding him one way or the other. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Chris, you probably would have found it. Gnome is infamous. Man looks like a gnome. Dude, have you seen Gnome recently? He is so old. Oh my God, he's so old. I mean, there's no way around it. It's so... Hey, Pinko! What's up, my man?
Pinko the bear! How you doing, buddy?
Grisman, mega old. Yeah, dude. Like, he's like... I don't know. Like, he's like a collapsing star at this point. He's so... You just see him folding into himself. It's absolutely intense watching interviews, like, contemporary interviews with him. You missed a ton of fucking drama, Pinko. Tons of fucking drama. He's a mountain sage. He is. He's 91. Yeah. I mean, he's old as fuck, right? Like, he made it to 91. Goddamn. And he's still out there having to advocate and warn all of our dumbasses about this shit. Like, hey, morons, are you paying attention? Couldn't sleep in bed on mobile listening. All right. Enjoy, Pinko. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going for after fucking this stream. I need to decompress with Curio. Is he still going? God, I hope so. Hang on, I need to check that.
Yes, yeah. He is.
Oh, thank God. He looks frail, but his mind is still sharp. Oh, it's still sharp as a fucking tack. It's amazing. You know I won't make it to 91. Straight up, like, it's just, I'm not hitting 91. With my progressive neuropathy, I'll check myself out long before then. But, you know, he's impressive, for sure. Okay, Bubble, you read the Cynicalism 101. All right, thoughts. There you go. And, wait, what am I looking, Cat? So you just want like a third party, like, I don't know anything about like martial arts, and you want me to like look at something and say like who fights?
Pop it up. Let me check it out.
I mean, none of it looks, I mean, yeah, no, like it. Okay, so link 1. Cat looks like, I mean, this is literally me being an uneducated Westerner, right? Like, okay, so give me one sec here. Let me line these links up. So everybody knows Cat is like an MMA fighter, amongst other things. I'm sorry, Cat. I'm sorry. Cat is, they are many things. But of the things that they are is an MMA fighter. All right, so I'm just going to skip to like fighting. And we're going to jump over to that. So here's Link 1. And to my eye, it looks all karate-y, right? It looks martial artsy. Yeah, right? It looks karate-y, right? Here's the other one. This is what I understand MMA to be, right? Like this is like ground and pound and like takedowns and some like judo,
like
jiu-jitsu shit.
Jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Like they look entirely different to my completely uneducated eye. I would look at those and go, yeah, no, that's not the same thing.
That's two different completely styles and rules. MMA fighting is more along the lines of freestyle, so anything
Christina, it's all just aggressive dancing.
Christina.
I don't see the issue here. Why not create that system within a federalized system? I think a spot most of us could agree is the overarching power of a federal government telling locals how to govern themselves. See, this is the thing, Bubble. If you actually sit down and have the conversation, right? Like none of what I'm advocating for as sort of half steps and progress is crazy. Right? Like, this is the thing. Remember the crew you came over with. Remember the rhetoric that was surrounding that invasion, that brigading, right? But if you don't approach it with an open mind, then you're not going to come to this conclusion like you have, right? I'm completely reasonable. You know, anarchists and... This is what you have to understand. Classical libertarianism, classical liberalism, and anarchism anarchism flows through the Enlightenment period. And classical liberalism and classical libertarianism flow out of the Enlightenment period. So they all have these characteristics attached to them that are some very shared interests. And unfortunately, due to 150 so odd years of propagandization within society, what happens when people hear anarchist is not exactly a good faith reaction usually. Link 1 is Kyokushin Karate. Link 2 is GSP, who trained in Kyokushin. And I'm arguing with folks who thinks he's an example of Kyokushin working in MMA. No, I mean, look, I have no authority to speak from. I have no expertise in this arena. But from what I saw, I'd be like, no, that shit isn't the same as that shit. There you go. Yeah, and so, you know, yeah, seeing what you saw in my Anarcho-Syndicalism 101, it's about empowering the working class. It's about the redemocratization of the workplace. It's about reclaiming the power from the capitalist ownership class. It's about reclaiming the power from the political class. It's about enacting a system of equity and equality that works for as many people as possible. It's about increasing your freedom to the level at which it is at its maximum level to where it doesn't infringe upon anybody else's freedoms, right? It's about a balancing act. And it is a good faith attempt at that. And anarchism has been used in this manner multiple times to balance systems like this. And yeah. But instead, what happened was a bunch of fucking closed-minded chuds brigaded my channel yelling commie and shit and slinging shit. But if you take a moment and have the conversation, what happens is what we just had happen, Bobble. We came to an understanding. And I'm not that far out there, am I? I'm not crazy. I'm not anti-gun. I'm, you know, about individual sovereignty, but there's a social coordination that happens with anarchists. We don't eschew society for the individual. We embrace both. we recognize that the individual is a microcosmic component of a macrocosmic whole, that society is necessary and that the individual is necessary, and that there should be a healthy, holistic balance between the two. And unfortunately, what is seen, and especially I'm sure Sue would fucking hammer this point home, is that in our sick society, that there is this hyper focus on individualism, and it has been done so to the point where the society and the individuals are now suffering.
Yep. Yep. Without a doubt, I would hammer that home like there was no tomorrow.
And so, in the words of Jiddu Krishnamurti, a far better man than I'll ever be, it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a sick society. Hey, thank you for the follow, Grisman. What about law enforcement? What about it? You don't need the laws. This is the thing that fucks with people's heads, right? The anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years without police, without law enforcement, without military, without judges, without any sort of legalistic structure. And the only way that you're ever going to understand this is to immerse yourself in this sort of systemic informational, this sort of informational systems. And then you start to come to grasp with it, right? Like an indigenous community doesn't have, I mean, you wouldn't use the word law, would you, Sue?
Nope.
Yeah. It isn't like an
A
indigenous...
way of life, it's not law, it's just a way of life.
Yeah, like they would eschew the terminology entirely and the concept of it entirely. So, I mean, there's modalities and methodologies for protecting society from, how do we want to put it, out of control individuals that aren't necessarily inhumane, aren't necessarily authoritarian, that sort of thing. Here's a good point, not necessarily on my last statement, but on a point in the essay. Take, for instance, autonomy. What happens when your version of autonomy infringes on my autonomy? Then society steps in, because if you start to unbalance it, what happens is what kicks in is the tolerance paradox, right? If you're familiar with the tolerance paradox, you cannot tolerate intolerance, because if you tolerate intolerance, then intolerance becomes the norm and tolerance goes out the window. So you have to be intolerant towards intolerance, right? This is very weird for some people to wrap their heads around. The same sort of societal norms apply under an anarchistic system, is that when your autonomy starts to infringe upon other people's autonomy, what is the mechanism? The mechanism is generally some level of societal direct democracy committee style action. It's basically, think a town hall meeting. How would you, what would be the terminology that you guys would use, Sue?
We basically hold a council meeting, would sit down, and the elders of the community would sit down and figure it out and work it out.
Yeah.
So that all parties are equally happy.
Yeah, Kat, there's a heavy social cost for infringing on others' autonomy. Look, okay, so here's the thing. Most people have never experienced consensus decision-making. I advocate for consensus decision-making, but again, nobody's ever fucking experienced consensus decision-making, so it's useless as a rhetorical device. So direct democracy is your sort of next step in that. Yes, I would prefer direct democracy over what we have presently as that system. I've never even heard of that. It's here. Let me help you out with a link. Do some reading. Here's how I'm gonna fuck with your mind, right? I'm gonna blow your mind. All right. There is a form of consensus decision making that allows for any single person to have a universal veto vote. And it works. It's productive. Most people can't even conceptualize what it's like if I filled a room with 30 people and said, okay, we're going to try and pass a measure. But if anybody objects, the measure doesn't pass. How are we ever going to get anything done? there are examples of the scale and scope, Sean, that work just fine. The scale and scope issue has been addressed multiple times throughout history and even contemporarily by multiple political scientists, even mathematicians. Oh God, I'd have to go grab the book off my shelf to give you the mathematician who did the proofs for it. But no, it does scale. It's just difficult to imagine how federation works within an anarchistic system. Thank you, Joe. But until you understand the microcosmic examples, the macrocosmic examples will never make sense to you. Yeah, we also have instant communication now. Yeah, as I always tell people, I can send a dick pic to some random person on the Indian subcontinent, some random dude on the Indian subcontinent in like 28 milliseconds. The globe is too small now to be behaving like, you know, all these like nation states and shit. It's time to understand we're one. See, that's how drugs and technology got me to the same understanding that Sue's native culture and philosophy got him to, right? There's different paths for different people, but you can arrive at the same destination. You just came from different directions. That's all.
Yep.
It's a hell of a trip being a human being, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And if there is a creator, you owe me an explanation. I want an explanation. I'm just saying.
One can go their whole entire life without getting a formal explanation.
I know, right? Hey, Joe. Oh, man, did you miss it? Wait, Joe, you're going to have to watch the replay. You really are. Boy, did you fucking miss it. Holy shit, bro. I'll give you the rundown afterwards, but wow. Breaking the mental bonds. Yes, exactly, Grims. If I created humanity, I would be blaming someone else, says Christina. I'm sure there are. The fact that you said commies is fucking hilarious, though. I'm sure. Is Sam still here? Sam's, I mean, Huxism is technically anti-revisionist Stalinism, which is a form of, I would argue, pseudo-communism. But yeah, there's probably going to be a few that are, I mean, in that arena. I'm an anarchist, not a communist, despite Sam's repeated attempts to force me into that linguistic box. Well, then, if that distresses you, one, I'd query why that distresses you so. And two, so will capitalists, Athena. Haven't you noticed?
I guess apparently Sam's not here at the moment.
Ah, well, it's okay. I wish him well wherever he may be. Bubble. But this is the thing. If you're seeing, okay, so here's the thing. Most of the founders had a decent education. Well, at least the ones who were writing. Madison, Jefferson, you know, the ones who were actually writing, had an understanding of these sorts of concepts. So if you're seeing similarities between formalized consensus decision-making and some of the principles laid out in the Constitution, they're coming from the same place.
And that's indigenous.
And so basically it is. We stole a whole bunch of ideas from indigenous culture. And so what you're seeing is something that already existed and you didn't even know it was available to you, right? Like this is something that should concern you, that foundational knowledge was shielded from you. And that's a problem. And it took some rando anarchist on Twitch to bring that up. I you know, that should be something that, you know, you might want to look into. I feel it coming on. Hey, J Miles. Hey, we got maybe a Marxist. Hopper the Marxist just did a follow. So Athena, if you really want to freak out about a communist, we got a Marxist up in the hizzy, maybe. You know, have you heard there's 11 dimensions? Yes, actually, mathematically speaking.
Actually, hold on a second. I'm sorry, Athena.
I know that's what concerned me.
Did not come from indigenous people. That actually came from the Hudson's Bay Company. Because they got tired. They paid the so-called Indian hunters to bring in bodies, and they didn't want to bury the bodies, so they told them to bring in the scalps. That was never an indigenous thing. It was a white man thing. So better get that correct.
Yeah, well, unlikely. Yeah, no, Grisman. Yeah, the 11 dimensions, I mean, it's a mathematical theorem. Like, it's a proof, right? It's not, we've yet to...
Oh, my God. Really? Now you're going to say the Incas were sacrificing children in the mountains.
You know, you tell my mods to do their thing, they'll do their thing.
Me, Christina, anytime you want to do your thing is all about up to you.
One for the list.
One for the list. Racism.
Oh yeah, I did.
It's not fucking good.
Fucking, you know. Yeah, the Bible had tales of sacrificing kids, so there's that.
Yeah, that was long before then. So, excuse me.
Well, you're enlightening me to some concepts, but I mean, I like a Republican system because I do not necessarily believe consensus determines a degree of correctness of action. We may actually differ there. Neither does any sort of... The system you're advocating for doesn't do that either, Bobble. You know that, right? Like, the correctness of action problem is still prevalent and more so in your system. Because in a consensus decision-making based system, it allows for the minority voice, who may be the one who will be most affected, most oppressed, to be in charge of their fate, in charge of they will have self-determination because they will be able to impact or stop the decision-making process, where within a republic, a democracy, even a direct democracy, that problem still exists to a huge degree.
Yeah, Grim. Yeah, what about the West in the 1800s industrial child slavery?
Yeah.
Yeah, we know, Grim. Colonizers have definitely made themselves to do a lot of, and capitalism has definitely done a lot of fucked up shit towards children and women.
Cali, 1880s to 1920s. That's the turn of the century labor movement that got kids out of mines and improved working conditions across the board. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I won't do that on air. Never mind. There is something happened.
Okay, well, if you want to PM me about it or talk to me about it.
The individual that we have in common sent me an unban request today with just "fuck you."
Oh, such a genius! Genius way to get out.
Oh no. A lady.
A what?
A lady.
Oh, it was a lady?
Mm-hmm. Finish the username.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just out of the blue. Like, it has been banned for quite some time due to, like, the insane behavior. And just today, sent an unban request just saying, fuck you. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to get you that's definitely going to get you an unban for sure.
Oh my God.
Dude, weirdly obsessed. Yeah. Pinko literally calls himself a Pinko. I don't think he shies away from being called a commie. In fact, I've watched their stream before, so I know Pinko self-identifies as a Marxist-Leninist. So, Kai, you have some commies here. Fair enough.
Double, I think throughout most of history, it has been European white colonizers that have done that. Whether it's in what you claim is North America, we call it Turtle Island, to New Zealand, Australia, North and South Africa. All different places. Well, there's a whole bunch of places. Ireland, Scotland, all different places where colonizers have done some fucked up shit.
FYI, mods, if you don't want to deal with that, what you have to do is you go to your account settings and block whispers from strangers. You know, if it becomes a problem, that's how you deal with that. As a streamer, I automatically block whispers from strangers. That there's no fucking way that I would ever allow whispers from strangers. It's just a method of trolling that the tools would get up to. Nine. Oh well, yeah, I'll review that one later. This country isn't a saint, and its foundations are founded in rot, slavery, and murder. Yep, basically. Callie, I love getting whispers. I usually respond with a legit curse, and they go very quiet. You know, I guess.
Poor Christina has to deal with the ones that meat banned.
Yeah. Fair enough, Joe. And yeah, you weren't here earlier, Joe, so you won't be on the target list. Let's just put it that way. They wouldn't be aware of you.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah. Let's see. Complete those. Completed. All right, let's do that. And let's go over here. I just want to check something. Cool. Oh.
Yeah, Ghost, I'm down with that, and I'm always down with that. And I keep trying to put that forward in all of my streaming as well.
And so everybody's here. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna, there is some commonality. I'm not gonna do that right now. I mod for another channel and somebody legitimate was in my whispers with their ban appeal. Yeah, it happens. I know Mitra's had a couple of them. Yeah, don't click any links. Most are IP harvesters. Only like YouTube links and stuff like that. Like if you give me a link to some rando fucking site, there's no way I'll copy and paste it and I'll use it in a, controlled fashion. Okay, I can take that. This nation does not have the best founding or Ibis history or founding. I'll accept that at face value. The fact that we were able to sit here and have this conversation is testament to something was right and good, because this is not possible in many places in the world. It's possible in Canada. It's possible in Germany. It's possible in Denmark. It's possible in Spain, Italy, France, Ireland, Scotland, Japan, Australia. Hell, I mean, this is the thing is... Sure. Yeah, sure. We got a couple of things correct. Yeah. But we're not unique in that. Right? We're not special. There's nothing going on here that there aren't other people on this planet, other countries that didn't figure it out. I mean, I can have this conversation in Japan. They had an entirely different path to here. I mean, you didn't name anywhere you can't that was selective. Wait, what? I mean, shit. Have a conversation in the Basque region of Spain. Holy shit. Those guys are fucking... You want radical. Go talk to somebody from the Basque region of Spain. And there's the European weighing in on memes being banned in Europe. I was waiting on Joe to pick up his end of that argument. Like, oh, and there's police no-go zones in, you know, like, you know, Sean, very interesting discussion. I like having conversation with people who think differently but don't automatically assume I'm evil. Again, if you want, Sean, if you want to know what my form of praxis is, and if you're wondering what praxis is, since the left uses it all the time, it's theory put into action and then reflected upon. But if you type !praxis in chat, you will get my channel statement of praxis, and that will show you exactly why this channel operates the way it does and why it's so annoying that Crooked Nose Media and his ilk behaved the way they did tonight. If they want to have a conversation, I'm open to a conversation. This is what I do.
No, Double. No. Hold on, Double. Before you start doing that, he's not shutting down the discussion. He's also dealing with everyone else in chat, too. It's just not about you.
Yeah, the world does. It's not solipsism up in here.
There's all bunch of other people. There's 46 people in here that he's talking with at the same time as you. So,
that's it. Yeah.
You know, understand that.
And so, yeah, and yeah, I wasn't addressing you. I was addressing Sean's third cat, by the way. So yeah, this is kind of what I do. I'm a leftist who will have the conversation despite rhetoric, despite, you know, uncomfortable terminology, despite, you know, I have the conversation. That's what I'm in it for, because I think that's how we make gains. It starts with an idea, and it starts with the exchange of that idea. And doing what was done earlier tonight, the mass brigading, the bad faith argumentation, the, you know, that sort of stuff. Ginger. I wish I didn't have to. I really wish I could live in that world. You know, I really do. But when you've got people like whoever he is, fucking Crooked Nose Media. I mean, if that isn't the biggest dog whistle to anti-Semitism, and it's still a channel on Twitch, it's astounding. But, you know, I don't know what the dude's real name is, or at least his moniker, or whatever his pseudonym is. Like I said, it's Joey. All right, cool. Yeah, he was more than welcome to engage. He was more than welcome to come on my air, or I'll go on his air. It doesn't fucking matter. You know, I'm more than happy to have that conversation, but they demonstrated en masse. I mean, I have a list of 63 usernames here that were problematic enough to be outright banned. Right? It's ridiculous. No, of course I haven't, Boho. No, of course not. Yeah, and you know. Oh yeah, no, that kind of individual, of course he's a grifter. And I love grifters. I really do. I like con men. I like con artists. But I mean, that's like lowest level grifter territory. PT News makes nose look mild. Wonderful. Good to know. Well, it's interesting. I mean, I suppose that's like, right? Like I accepted my award for Deep State. I suppose I've reached that level, right? Apparently I'm important enough that I garnered the attention of someone like him, right? It's like Ben Shapiro yelling about you or some shit, right? You're like, oh shit, I made it, right? Yeah. Yeah, Crooked Nose Media isn't even a dog whistle. It's so incredibly obvious. I mean, it's just.
Excuse me.
Yeah. I mean, of course. You know, yeah. I mean, this is the thing. I make this accusation all the time. The fact of the matter is I deal with people like that all the time. They're generally cowards. He dug the bit on the deep state thing. Definitely what pushes me in the grifter camp. Yeah. I love it. Yeah, I adore that. That fucking his genius galaxy-brained fucking chat. I'm gonna bash your high, but they're bored right now because the protests in Portland and Seattle aren't going on. So they have to find a target that they can stick their audience on. This ensures that their donations keep coming in. Full-on grifter. Cool. I like it. I dig it. Well, I'm glad I could provide some content for him. Like when Alex Jones called out Hassan Piker, he was legitimately excited. Yeah, exactly. Dude, if Alex Jones called out my channel, do you understand the fucking reach I would have? That motherfucker just made my name known to like 300 people, like right out of the gate. 300 people who had no idea I existed. Instantly knew I existed. He spread my fucking stream to YouTube and Facebook and Twitter simultaneously for me. That dude did more fucking social media outreach than I do in a year. Like, that dude's working for me now.
He's your bitch.
Well, I am the subject matter. The subject matter is me, Callie. That's their... As somebody who covers theory and ideology and philosophy, that's there's no ego in this statement. They're one and the same. So, yeah, but I understand where you're coming from, Callie. Don't think I'm trying to, you know. We wouldn't have to have them if we handled it correctly in the first place, Bubble. But instead, we have a
on the COVID lockdown.
Instead, we had an administration that handled it like a bunch of fucking, political hacks. And then we have a bunch of citizens who handle it like petulant children. One, we should have locked down fully immediately. Two, we should have stopped inbound flights, which the airlines had to do rather than the administration. Three, we shouldn't have said it was a Democratic hoax. Four, maybe there shouldn't be public rallies and political rallies. See Trump's rallies. Five, maybe there shouldn't be restaurants and bars open It's been 6 hours, and my brain is starting to get fried, guys. Forgive me on this one. And it's been a long stream. Let's see. So I'm just gonna leave that one there. And then, yeah, wear your fucking masks, social distance, and wash your fucking hands. There you go. Schools are closed where I live, but you can go to the bar. The strip is open. I love it here. Exactly, Ginger. Ginger knows what it's about. Fucking A. Some of the casinos aren't reopened, though. They didn't open themselves. No, for them, you're nothing more than a commie Marxist bent on destroying America, yada, yada, yada. They don't think much higher than a 4th grade level like their dear leader. Fair enough. Pinko, my party has produced a book called Capitalism on a Ventilator for those who want to check it. Rock on. You got a link for that, Pinko? I don't mind. Drop it. Oh yeah, then all that stuff Kat just said. Bubble. Yeah, and what Callie said. Sam, you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Sam, who I want you to keep an eye out for is a guy named I Am Homelander. I-A-M Homelander. Homelander. You guys need to have a conversation. He's a centralist authoritarian. I think you get along. I think you could have a productive conversation. Look at me. I'm hooking authoritarians up. I'm like an authoritarian dating service up in this bitch.
Double, I don't think so. I think it is dangerous to healthy people. And they are still looking at finding long-term effects of it if you catch it. So I think to really sit back and say, well, let healthy people do healthy things, and everybody else that is concerned about immune compression and stuff like that, that they can just isolate. Well, no, because if you're wandering around and there's someone that may have, say, some healthy, unhealthy, or has immune compromised, then you're just responsible for that person's death as the virus is. So say you walk up to your grandma and go to kiss your grandma because you're supposedly healthy, but you don't realize that you actually have the virus, and you get your grandma sick and kill her. How does that take? Yeah, but should you? To be on the safe side. Yeah, your grandma should be isolated. Yeah, does that mean that you stop going to see your grandma? Does that mean that you lose all respect for human life?
We'll see.
Because you're healthy?
Went to.
Hey,
Ginger. Went to Dottie's tonight. It's a locals fucking spot for Vegas. That's where the locals go. I went to Dottie's tonight for smokes, and whoo boy, that was a bad decision. Yeah, I can only imagine what Dottie's looks like. Let's just say the type of people that would go to Dottie's in the first place in the middle of a pandemic are definitely going to be a special one.
That's the whole entire point, Double. Okay? The numbers wouldn't be where they're at right now if Trump didn't sit back and toss it out the window. If he would have shut down the country and said, okay, we have plenty enough money to be able to make sure that everything, that everything is running smooth and everybody's fine, that people aren't going to be kicked out like what's coming up here shortly for lack of being able to pay rent. And that includes people on the right, not just the left. Everybody. Landlords don't give a fuck about your political alliances. They only care about your pocket, their pocketbooks and you paying rent. Even though the government did cough them out money to cover that. But they're still making sure that you are paying their mortgages, even though they're already paid. So you can still do all different. There's lots of different things to do.
I know. It's okay. No. You don't get to pull. We've always got money for bombs and bullets and tax cuts for billionaires. But when it comes to helping the people, it's always immediately the abacus comes out. The pockets get turned out. Well, where's the money going to come from? Well, where'd the 1.2 trillion for the fucking capitalists and corporate classes come from during the bailout? Where are the continual bailouts for the banking industry and insurance industries come out? Where are the fucking $750 billion a year for our fucking insane military coming from?
Question.
It's we always got bombs and bullets money, but we never have money for us. It's fucking ridiculous. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it. It has been 6+ hours with like an hour and a half of absolute shit fuckery. Yeah, we should do it. Let's do that. I like the idea of that, Cat. All right, so let's take that down. Somebody shout out, everybody. Okay, so the shout out command is !SO. Yeah. I'm like, did I spell that correctly? Like, I literally had a moment. My brain's fried.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody go follow Lost Sue. Everybody go follow Pinko, who's in chat. If there's any other streamers, and I'm just spacing the fact that you're in chat, like, hey, thanks, Pinko.
Love you, meat.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, we'll do Pinko. And so we'll go from there. Yeah, everybody go follow people. Show some love to like fellow leftists and shit like that. We're going to head on over to my buddy Curio. Curio is not really political. Know that ahead of time. Curio is like straight up. You'll understand. He's different. He's different. He is, but you'll all love him. He's eminently lovable. So as always, kaisthings.com, KAIS things.com. You can catch all my shit there. Sue tends to stream in the day. Pinko, I don't know when you stream. I'm 5 days a week, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesdays and Thursdays. For those of you who sat through all of that bullshit and actually made it through to the other side, much love to you. Bobble, much love for you coming through that shit fuckery of a fucking brigade and actually engaging in the dialectic. Much respect, much love for that. As always, guys, I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time, let's get this fucking raid kicked off. Let's see how many we can take Curio up to, because he could use some viewers. He needs some more. Let's just put it that way. Oh, fuck me. All right. 33 works for me. Let's raid him.